holidays, our last meeting for the calendar year. It is 5:01, and for the first time, Mrs. Barnes, please take roll.
President Kaminsky,
Present.
Vice President Kelly,
Present.
Clerk Wood, Present, Trustee Cooper,
Present.
Trustee DeSorensen,
Present.
Trustee Napier,
Here.
Trustee Sweeney, Superintendent Larson Everson,
Here.
and I'm Deanna Barnes.
So cute.
Thank you, Deanna. We have now time for the flag salute and moment of silent reflection. And tonight, we're led by Chief Administrator for Personnel, Dr. Roxanne Romero.
Good evening, everyone. Please stand. After the salute, we will be waiting for a moment of silence. Ready, begin. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. Item 2, approval of the agenda. It's recommended the board approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Motion.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee DeSorensen that the board approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Superintendent, we're going to recognize the Capturing Kids' Hearts student greeters, if you would.
Thank you very much, President Kaminsky. I'd like to invite all three of our greeters who greeted everybody at the door to come stand right up here in front of the dais. Mr. Lowe, if you'd like to accompany them, that would be great. So we want to thank our three outstanding greeters from Jacobson Middle School, Nuvia, Javier, and Zayden. And as you know, Capturing Kids' Hearts really promotes important characteristics that we want to continue to develop in our students, including confidence and poise, and they definitely displayed both of those characteristics this evening. We're very proud of our Capturing Kids' Hearts program and proud how our students are able to step in and be in a room full of adults and be confident and poised, shake hands, make eye contact, and I really believe that this is developing skills in them that will help them throughout their life. So I'm going to invite all of our trustees, if you'd like to come forward and come out from the dais and shake hands with our greeters. I'll take a photo. And again, we're very, very grateful that you students have joined us this evening. You're showing yourselves to be excellent citizens and active participants in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe and students. Job well done tonight.
Looks good.
Superintendent? I don't have to read this, do I?
Did you ask for a pen?
It is 5:07. We will adjourn for the annual organizational meeting. And it starts off with open nominations for office of the president.
I'll nominate Paul Kaminsky.
I'll second.
It was moved by trustee Napier and seconded by Vice President Kelly that Paul Kaminsky take the office of president of the school board. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Open nominations for office of the vice president. I'll make the nomination to nominate Tracy Kelly.
I'll
Sir.
second.
Second.
It was motion by President Kaminsky, seconded by Clerk Wood, that Tracy Kelly be nominated for the office of vice president. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Open nominations for office of board clerk. Any nominations?
Jockey Wood. I'll second.
It was motion by trustee, Due Sorensen, and seconded by Vice President Kelly that Jackie Wood be take the office of board clerk. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Open nominations for representative to Kern County Committee. Could you explain to the board?
I'll try. As far as I am aware, there's been very little need for participation as a representative on the Kern County Committee. I believe that it is convened as needed, but we would have a designated person to participate in those activities if they're called for.
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember. I know there are committees that are like, but, so are there any
I
nominations?
think it's been me for 2 or 3 years, and I've never gone anywhere, but I'll accept it if somebody wants to nominate me.
Okay,
I'll nominate Tracy Kelly.
okay. I'm sorry, trustee Cooper, did you nominate him as well? Okay. It was nominated by, motioned by Clerk Wood and seconded by trustee Cooper that Vice President Kelly be the representative to the Kern County Committee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Appointment of secretary to the board, which this is the superintendent. I'll make the motion to appoint Stacy Larson Everson as secretary to the board.
I second that.
It was approved by it was motioned by President Kaminsky and seconded by trustee Due Sorensen. The board approved the superintendent for the secretary to the board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Approval of the Board of Trustees 2024 regular meeting calendar. Were any comments about the calendar? Questions? It's pretty standard. Is there a motion to approve the governing board regular meeting calendar for 2024 as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President, Kelly, seconded by trustee Cooper. The board approved the governing board regular meeting calendar for 2024 as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And at 5:12, I adjourn the organizational meeting. We will return to the regular meeting. Okay, we're returning to the regular meeting at 5:07, and we are on item 6, general function. First item, Superintendent update. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Mr. McKay, if you can get the presentation up. All righty, welcome everybody. It's good to see everybody this evening. If you can go on to the next slide. I just want to say again, thank you to our greeters this evening. The photos that you see up here on the screen are actually our greeters from last meeting, and we had the treat of having a mascot in the house, which was really, really nice. But let's give our greeters one more round of applause. They've taken time out of their evening. Thank you. All right, we'll start off as usual, sharing a little bit of good with some hoorays. And our first hooray this evening is going to be by Dr. Porter from TILA.
Good evening. Actually, I can't see. So my hooray is the activities that we do, enrichment activities on Friday that make TILA a fun place to learn and grow. In the pictures, we have Mrs. Crum's 4th and 5th grade students using STEM bins. They have a little challenge card and are supposed to design things and build things based on what the card tells them to do. That's it. Thank you.
Hooray! Thank you, Dr. Porter. And I'd like to invite Ms. Kendra Bailey, our principal from Golden Hills, to share a hooray.
Good evening, Superintendent Larson Everson and members of the board. Our good thing to share this month is that we had a wonderful science fair at our school on Friday, December 1st. Students were not required to participate. This is the second year that we've done it this way. However, all students who chose to participate were well supported. So we have new positions at our school since last year, science fair coordinators. And so Rebecca Stevens and Maddie Cortez met with students who wanted to participate 2 mornings a week for 4 weeks, teaching them about the scientific method and then showing them the elements necessary to create a science fair project. So we had 22 students participate, and we are very proud of every single one of them. They really worked hard. Thank you.
Hooray!
If I may make a comment, I taught at Golden Hills from 1995 to 2006, and the science fair was going on then. The 2 coordinators had since retired. So please tell Ms. Stevens and Cortez, I greatly appreciate them continuing the science fair at Golden Hills.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. And Mr. Lowe. I'm going to mention as Mr. Lowe is walking up that we need a little better audience participation on the hoorays as we go forward.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. All right. All right, so our JMS Hooray this month, I wanted to shine a spotlight on the Associated Student Body, our ASB. This year, ASB is an enrichment class and is mentored by and advised by our PE teacher, Megan Bowman. The ASB is sponsoring and organizing many activities at JMS. A few of them are pictured up there. I'll talk about those in a minute. Including dances, assemblies, dress-up days, and other events. The ASB officers agreed to forego the opportunity to choose a new enrichment class each quarter for the ability to work with Mrs. Bowman for the entire year, leading and guiding students in activities. And they're doing a great job. And before I move on, I want to say that Xavier, who is one of the people you just met, is one of those 4 students who was in that class all year. It was kind of funny when they did their speeches before the voting. Kind of as a last-minute thing, you threw in there at the very end, and if you vote for me, I'll give you a cookie. And when he got elected, I think he was as surprised as anybody. But the next day, he showed up with 1,000 cookies at school, so for everybody. So anyway, The entire staff has been supporting ASB this year, but I did want to acknowledge 3 teachers in particular who have gone above and beyond in this regard. And they're Annie Tintle, one of our 8th grade language arts teachers, Nadia Mezqua, 8th grade math, and Kelly Gilbert, our art teacher. They have pooled together with Mrs. Bowman their experiences and skills, and they're really being very helpful and supportive to the ASB this year, and it's a benefit to everyone. The 3 pictures I have up there, the first picture in the top left is the start of the 6th grade boys turkey trot a couple weeks ago, which was sponsored by the ASB. And then in the top right was our Veterans Day Assembly. This year we focused on staff members who are veterans, and that picture there is one of the games that we played, which was a who's telling the truth type of game. So they were hearing different things about the 3 staff members, Mrs. Fang, Mr. Moon, and Mr. Barella, to figure out what they each did during their military service. And then down at the bottom is a picture from our Spooktacular this year, which was also sponsored by the ASB. So thank you very much.
Hooray! Thank you, Mr. Lowe. And I think Mrs. Markison may not have made it this evening. Well, she's not in the room. She has a sick child. So I would be happy to read it for her. I know she's very, very proud of the community food drive that they've held at Cummins Valley, and it was a big success this year. Their student council members worked hard to collect, count, and organize over 2,400 canned food items for donation, and they donated every item to local food pantries and charities to use throughout the year. So they're very, very proud of students and families for showing their generosity and love for our community. Hooray! Thank you. If you could go to the next slide. Thank you. I know that Ms. Bowman in her TAT update last month mentioned the CIS conference. So I have a picture up there, but more importantly, I wanted to talk just for a minute about the result of that. So on November 8th and 9th, we had a team, as you could see, pictured up there, that went to the CIS conference. And most of the slots are funded by CISC, and it was great to have our labor units represented there and get to hear firsthand the different types of coverage that are available to our staff members depending on which insurance program they picked. It's really also amazing to see the innovation in healthcare and to learn about how through CISC those are available to our team members. So as a result of participation in the conference, we learned a lot about what's available through Kaiser, what's available through Blue Cross, what's available to all of our employees. And consequently, I also want to give a shout out to Ms. Carrie Austin from Business Services. She came back and put together a very informative email. I wanted to pass it around up here to each of you so you could take a look at it, just explaining to staff members the many different choices. And it also included, as you can see pictured up there, a CISC flyer that has QR codes that staff members could access as well. Everything from the flu shot program to personal health coaching, getting expert medical opinions, et cetera. There's just a lot that's there. And I know one of the things that I saw that I was completely blown away from is how physical therapy can now be provided remotely. The physical therapists send like all of the attachments, you know, that you would put onto a particular joint or part of your body. They're able to get that information sent electronically to them, and they're able to guide a patient through the right physical therapy exercises and movements to help them heal. It was really, really interesting, and just wanted to thank both TAT and CSEA members, as well as Mr. Antazari and Mrs. Austin for going and taking it all very seriously and coming back and making this available to our staff members. All right, next slide, please. So a board visit was held last month, and I want to thank Clerk Wood and President Kaminsky for joining Mrs. Bailey over at Golden Hills and spending some time there in classrooms and getting to see instruction in action. And just let everybody know that the next board visit is scheduled for Tompkins Elementary on Friday, December 15th. So if you'd like to attend, please let me know or email Deanna or myself, and we'll be prepared to welcome you over at Tompkins and give you a nice walkthrough.
I have a question. Mrs. Ray, is that a flag salute day? What time's your flag salute?
It starts right at 8:55, but it's also Student of the Month, so we won't be done until about 9:20.
Okay, so what time should I be there?
9:20,
Nine.
really good. Unless you guys see our Student of the Month assembly,
Sure. Why not?
then you'll be done at 8:55.
Okay, thank you.
Look forward to it.
All right, moving on to sports update. THS Winter Sports have started, and so far our basketball, soccer, and boys and girls wrestling teams are off to a great start. Boys basketball won the bronze division at the Highway 58 tournament in Bakersfield, and our girls basketball team went undefeated at the Sierra Pacific tournament in Hanford. Girls soccer also started the season with a 10-0 victory over Rosamond. Our football team recently ended an amazing season by finishing with a top 25 ranking in the Central section and reaching a real milestone with the school's first ever varsity-led victory over the Bakersfield Drillers. Our quarterback, Jacob Root, ended the season with new school records in touchdown passes and passing yards for the season, and the team scored more points, 487 of them, than any other team in Tehachapi's 93 years of playing football. So that's a pretty remarkable season for them. Moving on, I'm proud to share that girls volleyball, girls tennis, and girls golf teams all won league championships in the fall, and we're looking forward to updating the league championship banners in the THS gym with all of these notable achievements. And finally, I want to mention that our THS cross-country runners also had a strong showing in league and section finals. And then finally, I just want to say thank you again to Mr. and Mrs. Tom Shea. They're always at the ready with providing me with photos and stats, and they're very generous with their time, and we really, really appreciate them. Hooray. All right, moving on to the torch run. I don't know if any of you got to see the torch run, but the Special Olympics Kern County and Tehachapi Police Department organized the torch run on December 5th. And this event is really meant to show and inspire inclusion. They reached their fundraising goal of $1,000, which will support local Special Olympics programs. Students and staff from Tehachapi High School participated in the activities with a great deal of success and enthusiasm. And I want to thank the Tehachapi Police Department and Special Olympics Kern County for hosting this special event, which engages so many of our students. Hooray. All right, moving on to the Tehachapi Education Center and the new gym floors. Just highlighting here that this is your TUSD Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP, funds at work. The ELOP dollars may only be used for programs and facilities that are supporting students outside of the regular school day, so before school or after school, and that help to expand those learning opportunities for students, such as the Boys and Girls Program that is housed over at the Tehachapi Education Center. But the floors look great. We've still got some more work to do over there in the gym to kind of bring it back to life, but it's looking really good. All right, moving on to the Hometown Christmas Parade, and I wanted to congratulate our teams for being recognized by the Chamber of Commerce as first place winners in the school category. We were very well represented in the parade by THS Cheer, THS Band, our TUSD Daycare Program, Boys and Girls Club for JMS, and TILA. I wanted to give an extra thank you to our transportation department. As you can see by looking at the bus, they went absolutely over the top in decorating. There was a lot of enthusiasm, and everybody knows how I feel about our buses, because if you drive around, and I challenge you to start noticing our buses and buses from other districts that are going up and down the freeway or visiting here in town for other teams, our buses always look fantastic. They are the cleanest, shiniest, best-looking buses on the road, and they made them look extra special for Christmas with all the decorations and all the excitement that staff put into it. So I want to say thank you to Transportation and congratulations to everybody who participated. You know, the hoorays were over a little while ago. This is just the update part, but feel free to continue. Feel free to continue with the hoorays because a lot of it is good stuff, is good news. So on this slide, I wanted to provide an update to you on Destination Imagination. This is just follow-up. We initially had a presentation with visitors that came to the board, I believe, on August 8th. And then I provided a little bit of follow-up on September 12th. And so this is just in follow-up to those two follow-ups. It's taken me some time to try to dig down and get some information to share with you, but contact was made with Jenny McMahon, who's the co-affiliate director of Destination Imagination here in California. So I have some additional items to share that I've bulleted up there for you. The first is that there are not many school districts in California with a school or district-sponsored program. Most of the programs were formed by parents, kind of similar to how Boys and Girl Scouts work. And this is information that was shared by Ms. McMahon. In the San Joaquin Valley, there are few schools who are implementing Destination Imagination after school or as part of their Gifted and Talented program. And Clovis in particular has an after-school program. Destination Imagination teams consist of 7 students based upon their grade level K through 12. There are fees per team for team manager training, tournaments, and travel. And the tools and materials needed vary based on the unique challenges that are released each year for the teams to compete in. So at this point, I just wanted to share this additional information with you, and I'm looking to all of you for further direction on your next desired steps.
Did you want, Vice President Kelly?
Is this something the ELOP funds could be used for?
It could be if it was outside of the school day, if it was outside of the regular school day, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The second bullet point mentions some schools use it as part of their GATE program. I would not want that. That would take kids that want to be it, that aren't in GATE, from it, keep them from it. And as we talked about in one of our previous discussions, in my own experience being a judge at one of the events a few years ago, there's good participation from special ed students. So I would lean toward having it after school.
Thank you.
I guess where I'm at is, can we revisit this in about 3 months? Can we bring it back up just like this again and have another discussion?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is everybody okay with doing that? Do I need to make a motion?
Oh, no, it's just no motion needed.
So perhaps when we get to the end of the meeting on future items,
Yeah.
we can bring it up and make a note at that time? Okay, very good.
Any other board member like to make a comment?
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, couple of brief comments about capturing kids' hearts. The theme for December is responsibility. And when we talk about responsibility with our students, we're talking about owning their thoughts, their words, and their actions, and that everybody is doing their part. So I threw up on the slide here a couple of conversation starters for those of you who are parents or teachers and want to broker a conversation with students that's centered on responsibility. You might consider asking them how the words responsibility, citizenship, and community are related to each other. Another prompt could be, can you think of a time when you made a difference in someone's life, perhaps by helping them through a difficult time? What was the situation? What did you do? And how did that make you feel? And the last suggested conversation prompt is one way that we can be responsible is by setting and working towards goals. And how does goal setting help us to be responsible? So those are just a few ideas to get the conversation about responsibility going. And we are continuing to implement Capturing Kids' Hearts with Fidelity with the goal of building trusted and connected relationships with our student. And for us here in TUSD, that means that we're greeting students and staff daily. that we're inviting students and staff to share good things as we do here in the boardroom, and that we're ending and sending our students at the end of a class period or at the end of the day with an inspiring launch, as we also do here in the boardroom, and we're intentionally building social contracts and interacting with those contracts so that students have a voice in how they want to be treated and how they expect to be treated by their peers and by staff members. All right, we'll go on to the next slide. Quick peek at enrollment for week 16. Week 16 for this year is in the right-hand column, and that ended on December 1st. And the left-hand column is the week 16 for last school year. And you'll see our current enrollment as of week 16 is 4,259 students, which is 66 students more than we had last year for the same time period. Go to the next slide. We'll take a quick look at attendance, and good trends continue, and this is good to see. This is also for week 16. So you see that top line in blue shows the attendance percentages for the week of 11/27 through 12/1, and district-wide for that week it was 91.48%. And that compares with 22-23, the same time period, where we were at just under 90%. And I know it looks like splitting hairs with these small percentages, but when it comes to attendance, it really does make a difference. This year, our year-to-date, we're over 93%, with 93.14, and that compares with last year, we were at 90.89 for week 16. So this is good news. We know students benefit from being in school. We need them to be in school to continue their learning, and this helps students to be on target and to meet their goals. So we're very proud of the continued improvements that we've seen in attendance. Next slide, please. I wanted to thank trustees Kelly, Cooper, Kaminsky, and Wood, or President Kaminsky, Clerk Wood, Vice President Kelly, and Trustee Cooper for joining me at Sipping with the Soup for the last session. The next session is coming up on January 9th, and that will be at Conan's from 7:30 to 10. And it's always really great to have people come in and have face-to-face conversations and hear what's on their mind. And I encourage anyone who's available or wanting to attend to just come on by. The pastries and the coffee are pretty good, but the company's even better. All right, at this time, I'd like to invite our fantastic, wonderful food service supervisor, Hortensia Tapia, up to the podium. And her team are the ones who decorated the boardroom bulletin boards for this evening's meeting and for the month of December. And Ms. Tapia is going to tell us a little bit about what's going on in food service.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Larson Everson, colleagues and guests. In the world of child nutrition, we have USDA regulations that we must follow. We just can't serve whatever we want. We can't give them ranch with every meal. We can't give them 5 packets of ketchup. We can just give them 1 packet, that's it. And if the sodium restriction for that meal allows it, we could give them ranch. If not, we can't give them ranch for that meal. There's so many different vegetables we have to give them. It has a 3/4 cup each meal for lunch, well, for lunch, not for breakfast. But it's not just a vegetable. It's 3/4 cups of red orange per week, 1/2 cup of beans per week, 1/2 cup of starchy vegetable, 1/2 cup of dark green, and others, which is celery, cucumbers. So we can't just do whatever we want. With that, we asked the students from every school in the district to please give us a drawing of their favorite foods. And every year, it's always pizza, orange chicken, cheeseburgers. This year, we were shocked. Orange chicken took, of course, #1, but we had tacos. We've never had tacos on that list, as well as tamales, and we've served dumplings once this school year, and those were on top of there. So we have them coming up next month, now that we know. So now, moving on to board number 2. Now I want to take a moment to reflect on a group of individuals who have touched the lives of nearly everyone in this room, our lunch ladies. Think back to your own school days. Remember the bustling energy of the lunchroom, the smell of your favorite lunch food being prepared, and the warm smiles that greeted you as you walked past the serving line. These memories are often vivid, filled with sensory details and emotions. Interestingly, while many of us have these strong memories, We often can't recall the names of these wonderful individuals. They were our lunch ladies, a term that somehow encapsulates their role but doesn't quite do justice to their impact. This phenomenon speaks to the universal nature of their presence in our lives. They were more than just staff. They were part of our daily school experience, a comforting and constant figure in a world of changing lessons, schedules, and activities. Their impact went beyond the food they served. It was their kindness, their patience, and their often understated dedicated to our well-being. They made sure every child was fed, often going that extra mile to cater to special dietary needs or to offer a kind word to a student having a tough day. Their influence stretched far beyond the cafeteria walls. Today, as we acknowledge our current nutrition staff across the district, we see the legacy of this wonderful lunch ladies continued. Each member of our team embodies that same spirit of care, dedication, and kindness to our students. While their names may not always be remembered, their impact never fades. I'm honored for the opportunity to give our nutrition staff the recognition they deserve, not just as lunch ladies or lunch gentlemen, but as vital members of our educational community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tapia. I have a question. On occasion, do you guys still make biscuits and gravy?
Yes. Oh, it turned out. Yes, we do.
Okay. How often?
Not often, so sodium regulations, we could no longer do them for breakfast, but now we offer it, I'd say every 2 months at the secondary level schools. So we offer it with biscuits, chicken patty. So we make like or
Okay.
waffles, chicken waffles, biscuits, gravy.
Ooh.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tapia. Right, wanted to mention a few upcoming events. Later this week, tomorrow, as a matter of fact, we have a Facilities Advisory Committee at 6 p.m., followed by on Thursday, a Citizens Task Force meeting, also at 6 p.m. And the holiday concert at JMS has been moved to the 19th. Unfortunately, but make a note, I believe that Ms. Barnes sent out a communication earlier today, if you'd like to attend. We do have minimum days for JMS and THS only on the 19th and 20th, and a minimum day for all schools on the 21st, as then we kick off winter break December 22nd through January 5th. Just another reminder that on the 9th, that's when our next Sippin' with the Soup session is, and that, in fact, that evening will be our next regular board meeting. Also, it's not on this list, but I did send information out to all of you that on Wednesday, December 20th, we'll be having a Monroe graduation in the THS gym. So if you're able to attend, also please let me know on that one. We'd love to have you there. It's very nice. And it's a real honor to get to be there with those students. And having said that, I thank you very much. That concludes my update for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Larson Everson. Number 2, TAT update. Ms. Bowman.
Good evening, President Kaminsky, members of the school board, Superintendent Larson Everson, members of the public. My name is Val Bowman, and I'm the president of the Tehachapi Association of Teachers. Winter break is just a few days away, and everybody's preparing for something. THS is preparing for Deck the Study Halls, which is a time for students to prepare for their finals. JMS has already celebrated a music concert. It sounds like they're preparing for another one. And there's an upcoming assembly next week. It's going to happen on Thursday. Kids are talking about it. I can hear it in the hallways as they walk by my room. Elementary students have been participating in their evening performances, and I must say it's so cute. And I'm a little biased because I have grandsons who have already participated in theirs, and they're always cute. So each one of these events is completed, we are one step closer to some well-earned days off. So TAT wishes all of you, each of you, happy holidays. May all of you spend time doing what you like with whomever you wish. And we'll see y'all in January.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Same as well to you and your family. CSEA update. PTO update. Number 5, board communications. Yeah, I just thought you might say something about Golden Hills.
They're all laughing. It was a really great visit. We went into classrooms, and there was just so much great learning going on. Who was the man that was giving the lesson at the end? Mr. Nettles. What a great lesson. He was, it was really good. And we got to a lot of classrooms. It never seems like we get to see them all, but I was really impressed.
Thank you, Clerk Wood. Yes, I was impressed as well. Also impressed with how the school looked, and got to meet, talk to not only Ms. Bailey, but the vice principal and the learning director and staff members. It was a very nice visit.
A lot of enthusiasm at the school. It was really great to see. And we're looking forward to Tompkins. I'll be there.
Thank you. It's Ugly Christmas Sweater Day, just in case you want to participate.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I've had the privilege of being at a lot of places lately. School board conference with superintendent in San Francisco. Lots of learning. I know you guys received an email with some stuff about that. A couple wrestling tournaments, which have been interesting. Where else have I been, Mr. Lowe? A lot of it's been at your school. So I don't know. I'm sure there's been something else, but it's still a lot of energy. A lot of people getting excited. A lot of parents are still super excited for their kids being in our schools. Obviously, the holidays are right around the corner, or we're in between the holidays, whatever you want to call it. But it's nice to actually see some of you out and about, as well as to see all of you out and about. It really makes it nice so that when I can go somewhere, or we as a board can go somewhere, to be welcomed and to see all the good things you guys are doing. So with that, I'll be done.
Anyone else? All right. Item 7, public comments. Public comments will be allowed. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda but directly related to school business. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action item prior to board action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that the matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. I have one request, and that's from Dan Gillum on the 3-year science requirement at THS, and that's being discussed. Right after the consent agenda. So Mr. Gillum will hear you at that time. We're going to do consent agenda, or the net. Were there any public comments on those items not on the agenda? All right. Item 8, consent agenda. Oops. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Board, is there any consent agenda item you wish to look at? Okay.
Item number 12, which is the donation item, does have a board member listed in there. Should we pull that one? Or have a, what's the word I'm looking for?
That one could be voted on separately, and then Mr. Sorensen could recuse herself because of the donation. No, you can,
Yeah, item.
you can stay, you just recuse yourself from the vote on that item.
Right.
Thank you for the save,
No,
Superintendent.
you can stay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Kelly, make the motion with item 12 pulled.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, to approve the consent agenda as presented. And we'll take a vote on all the consent items except number 12, and then we'll have a separate vote on number 12. All right, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And item 12, the donations, Trustee DeSorensen has to recuse herself from the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
They're gone.
Okay.
Like a genie on a carpet. They went to 2
Okay, item 9, Superintendent. Number 1, information item presentation, 3-year science requirement at Tehachapi High School. Mr. Gillen? Now it's your turn.
I was just able to share a little information. Many of you were not part of the board when we originally made the decision to go to a 3-year requirement. Way back before COVID, there was a big push to do STEM and science. Everyone was up in arms about how America is falling behind everyone else. And so the nation in California went ahead and revamped their requirements and their standards for science and did a whole new system. And everyone was pushing that. Then they said, okay, well, we're going to test the schools on the science standards. And we looked at them, those included 4 years of science standards, basically. And the proposals at that time from the state and from the federal government were a 4-year program or a 3-year program. Now, currently, the state only requires 2 years to graduate from high school, but it looked to us that they were probably going to require 3 because they're having these 3 years of standards that are being tested on. And so we said, yeah, we should have 3 years required. Now, I guess the issue has come back up, and some people are maybe thinking we should reconsider that because we do require 3, but the state minimum requirement is only 2. So at Tehachapi High School, we require more than the state minimum. And I'm not exactly sure why some people are thinking that we might want to change back to 2, other than not to do more than the minimum required. We, of course, in the science department, I represent the science department, feel it's a good thing. We are certainly pro-STEM in science courses and math courses, and we think it's good for a person that's educated to have that. Of course, there are requirements for English that you have to take, and for math, and for history that you have to take, and it seemed that there was quite the push to have science included in those things. And so we presented before the board this information, and all seemed to agree, all the players that were involved, that a 3-year requirement would be good. And so we now require 3 years of science to graduate. The standard things that say. There's also a big push to get, college and career ready. And so this is also part of that emphasis to get more students college and career ready. Now, we know a lot of our students don't actually go to college, but still the idea is that we should try and get as many people as possible college ready. And basically not let them decide when they're freshmen that they're never going to go to college, but keep everyone on the track to be college ready as much as we can. And we felt doing science would be important to that. If I were to imagine why some people might choose not to have 3 years, is some people value obviously not going to college is not their greatest value. They want to get some college and career training in, some more of the elective courses. And for some students, it would be more fun to go to high school and take these other courses. And of course, if you're taking a third year of science, that's an elective course you're not able to take. And so it really depends on the values. And the values, of course, change as time goes by, and community values changes and state values change. Like I said, at the time, science was in and everyone wanted science, and so it was highly valued. It may be swinging a little bit in the other direction now that they're, wanting to perhaps to make it more fun. Now, for me, of course, science was fun, but for a lot of students that aren't into science, it would be more enjoyable for them if they were to take wood shop or one of the other drama classes. There are a lot of great CTE classes that are out there to take.
All right, thank you.
Any questions? All right.
Public comment.
All right, do you mind if I go ahead and give the introduction? Okay, thank you, President Kaminsky. So back in October, information was requested by the board to learn more about the district's current 3-year science requirement for Tehachapi High School. And Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, Andrea Paxton, along with Tehachapi High School Counselor Matt Stirk, are going to provide you with a very informative presentation this evening, which includes some data that was collected through surveys, as well as talk a little bit more about the history that Mr. Gillum mentioned. So I would like to invite Mrs. Paxton and Mr. Stirk up to the podium to get their presentation started. And following the presentation, the board will have the opportunity to provide additional direction to me and to staff about the desired direction related to 3 years of science. Mrs. Paxton.
Okay, good evening. So just like Superintendent Larson Everson had mentioned, I've been working with the head counselor at the high school to look at our student performance, the history around the third year of science, and solicit data from parents, students, and staff around what they think our graduation requirements should look like. So I'm going to let Counselor Matt Stirk begin, because he's going to offer that historical representation of the third year of science.
All right. Good evening, everyone. All right, so as Mr. Gillum said, in 2017, so six years ago, it was presented that the graduation requirements get updated. They were a 2-year science requirement at the time, and the recommendation was made to change those to a 3rd year. Some of the reasons for that change were, like Mr. Gillum said, NGSS, Next Generation Science Standards, were changing. I don't claim to be an expert on that. That was one of the main reasons, was NGSS was going to require 3 years for the teachers to provide enough time to teach all of the curriculum required for the NGSS. At the time, let's see. Okay, let me focus on the slide that we're on. Here we go. Perfect. So currently, Tehachapi High School has a 3-year science requirement. As mentioned, the state only requires 2 years of science. That's 1 physical and 1 life science. And A through G, are we familiar with A through G requirements? Those are the 4-year university entrance requirements that allow students to leave high school, leave Tehachapi High School, and go straight into a 4-year university, specifically a Cal State or a UC. However, many 4-year private schools and 4-year out-of-state schools align their entrance requirements with the California A through G requirement. So again, the A through G requirement only requires 2 as well, a physical lab science and a biological lab science. Do we have the clicker? Am I in control of this? Oh, okay. Look at that. All right. All right, so I mentioned in 2017, the decision was changed to add a 3rd year of science for a few reasons. The NGSS, like I mentioned, we were all under the impression that all high schools would be going to a 3-year model, right? The NGSS, it was a new thing, it was new standards that were coming out, and so we were told all high schools are going to go to a 3-year model in order to cover all NGSS standards. We'll provide some data on that here in a few slides. So changing a 3-year science requirement. So yeah, similar information. There were a few reasons. One thing that was brought up again at the time 6 years ago was the CAS test as well, the California Science Test. We were hoping a third year would boost our CAS scores as well, and we'll address that in a little bit as well. So one of the concerns I had initially 6 years ago was, how is this going to affect the other requirements, the 230 required credits that students have to complete in order to graduate? Are we going to turn to a 240 school? Did something get bumped? And so the next morning after the board meeting, at the time it was Principal Scott Heitman, informed us that, you know, the board had made the decision to make that change. And I asked him, okay, so are we a 240 school now? And he said, well, no. I said, okay, did we lose 10 electives? He said, well, no. And so at the time, you know, the negative impact, one of the big negative impacts of losing 10 credits wasn't really discussed when we added that third-year science. And so it wasn't until the next board meeting that the board decided to make the adjustment. We were still going to be a 230 requirement, graduation requirement, but we would take 10 elective credits off of that requirement. And so that had a pretty big impact. And so what we saw, the board made the decision, and then it was to be implemented for the class of 22. So it took a couple of years for this to get going. And we knew that this was going to remove an elective. So 10 elective credits out of that 230. Junior year, they're not taking an elective, they're going to take a science instead, right? We're going to box kids in, we're going to force them into science. And let me pause real quick. I'm pro-science, I'm not against science, but I'm pro-student, and I feel like boxing students into a third-year science has a negative impact on all students. It requires them to take 3 years, where if we have a 2-year requirement, they could still pursue 3 years, 4 years, they could take multiple science classes within 1 year. So the limitation wasn't there already for students to take more science, but now we have limited them out of some elective credits. Again, we lost the 10 elective credits. So what happened when this took place was, it took a couple years to pan out. We needed that junior class to come in and then meet that requirement to start taking a science class that year. And so within that time frame, we saw that we lost an elective teacher. Ms. Munoz, who was teaching our foods and nutrition, international foods, child development, elementary student mentor, retired, and we no longer had a need to replace her because those students were being filtered into that junior year science. So the CTE pathway, Family Consumer Science, was the first one to take that direct impact, right? That same year, Ms. Morgan was our medical teacher, and she retired as well, and she wasn't a full-time teacher. She only had 2 periods, but again, both of those spots were not replaced due to the impact of adding a third-year science, right? If we add something, something's got to give, and in this instance, the electives gave. When we look at that impact of taking away 10 electives, again, that's junior year, approximately 300 juniors at any given time. That's 2 FTEs, right? 150 students throughout the day, there's 300, there's two FTEs that we lost in the elective discipline there. Again, we're going to cover a lot of information. My last point on losing that elective is, who does that impact, right? So students who are A through G, who are UC bound, who are 4-year university bound, they're college bound. It was mentioned, you know, that college and career focus. They weren't limited to 2 years. They could take 3 years. If they started in, say, earth science, they still needed to do biology and chemistry to reach that A through G requirement, they could do it. They could do that all day long. They could take a 4th year, right? They're trying to pad their college application. They want to take that AP Bio, that AP Physics, sign up. We encourage that. We're pro-science. We're pro-you. What are your post-secondary goals? Cool. How can we help you meet them? But let's be real. Not all students are heading to a 4-year university. The majority of our students are not. And so this impacted those students where we said, You might be college bound, that's cool, but you might not be. You might be trade bound. You might be heading to the military. You might be workforce bound. And instead of taking a CTE pathway course, such as maybe woodshop, because maybe they want to be a carpenter, maybe they want to pursue a hands-on trade, or a CTE pathway, we've put that limitation on them and we've boxed them into science. And so that's one of my big concerns, and we saw that, and we still see that. So that's one of my big concerns with this slide. There's a lot more information, but that's what I wanted to cover. Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue on. So Mr. Stirk brought up some questions, and I just have them listed on this slide. Are other high schools requiring 3 years of science to teach NGSS, Next Generation Science Standards? Have the CAS scores improved? So that's our science test that we give to 11th graders. Has the 3-year requirement impacted our graduation rates? Has the 3-year science requirement increased our Tehachapi High School A through G rates? And has the 3-year requirement impacted the elective courses? And Mr. Stirk spoke to that. And then which students were impacted the most by the 3-year requirement? And again, Mr. Stirk, he brought that up about our students that are not college bound were mostly impacted. And then some things to think about. What percentage of our students take science off campus? And then what do our stakeholders think about this 3rd-year requirement? So this is a list of our neighboring districts. I spoke to Kern County Superintendent of Schools when researching graduation requirements for neighboring districts, and very few districts have adopted a 3-year model. None of our neighboring districts require this 3rd year. Some of these districts do require the 2 laboratory sciences that are required for graduation, or for A through G completion. For example, in Santa Clarita, Hart High School District does have this requirement. All freshmen at Hart High School District matriculate into biology as a freshman. This is not currently the model at Tehachapi High School, because Tehachapi High School, we have a prerequisite for 9th graders to be eligible for biology. They have to also be eligible to be enrolled in geometry in order to filter right into biology. So our freshmen at Tehachapi High School typically begin with algebra or algebra essentials, and so for their science course, they begin with earth science rather than taking biology. They usually take biology as a sophomore. One thing to note, with all of our neighboring districts requiring only 2 years of science, this can make it very difficult for seniors who transferred into Tehachapi High School mid-year. They were on par for graduation at a school with a 2-year model, and then they transferred to Tehachapi High School, and they have to figure out how to meet that 3rd-year science requirement. And then on this slide, this is a look at our historic CAST data. So this is the science assessment that we give. We can see that we are declining in CAST scores. This is in relation to the state. So the light blue represents the state. And so in 2019, we actually exceeded the state. Same with 2021. And then we've been kind of declining, and the state is outperforming us. When reviewing the performance of our neighboring districts, the science scores are all over the place. We have some districts that, with a 2-year requirement, that are performing at a higher level than us, and then some that are performing at a much lower level than us. So for example, Sierra Sands, we have about 34% of their students are meeting or exceeding standards. Southern Kern, only about 5% are meeting or exceeding standards. I will say that this graph only represents the students that met or exceeded standards on the CAST, but we have a lot of students that have nearly met standards. It was about 61%. So a lot of students that are rather close to meeting standards.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you go back one slide real quick? Where we dropped up 1%, right? In 2022, it's not that big of a deal, but is that was the year that we began the 3-year? Is that the incoming class? I think Matt said that was the graduating class. So they had already been they had already been in the 3-year plan through that point, right?
Yeah, and one
kinda
thing
hard.
to note also is in this graph, right, we have distance learning coming into play. So that's another kind of aspect to look at. So it's hard to say, to just focus in on that 3rd-year requirement because there's other things that impacted that as well. Okay, so although THS transitioned to a 3-year science model and has required students to take more science courses, this has not significantly impacted the numbers of students that graduate with A through G eligibility. To fulfill the science A through G requirements, students must take 2 years of a lab science. Our graduation requirements requires biology, but many of our students do not elect to take a second lab course. We traditionally offer chemistry as a second option for a lab science. However, many students choose to take Exploring the Universe or Environmental Science, which does not fulfill that second lab requirement for A through G. However, when thinking of A through G completion, students have a variety of options when trying to fulfill the G requirement. So that's that 3rd college, it's a college elective course, basically. And at our high school, we offer many options to fulfill that. So they could take another science course, they could take another math course, they could take one of our engineering courses, and that would fulfill that for the A through G completion rate. Last year, THS had 177 students who received an F in a science course. We had 249 semesters of science credit that was taken via credit recovery. One thing to note is when students take a science course or any course in credit recovery, it does not count for A through G credit. So they are back on track for graduation, but they're not back on track to meet that A through G eligibility. So with a 2-year science requirement, students do have flexibility on how they would like to achieve that G requirement. So just like I had mentioned earlier, we have a lot of college electives, which include engineering, math, or an additional science course. And so this is what our A through G completion rate looks like. In 2018-19, we were at 31%, and then we kind of steadily declined, and I did a presentation on this, I think last month or the month before, and we're seeing a slight increase now that students were kind of out of COVID. But on the left, that graph represents the students who are meeting the 2 laboratory science requirements for A through G. So the blue means that our students have met that requirement. So last year we had 30% of our students that met that. The green section means that they have 5 credits returning. And so to me, this would typically mean that this is a student that maybe received a D in one of the semesters, because if you receive anything lower than a C, that no longer counts for A through G. Orange is, they have 10 credits remaining. So this is typically our students that elect not to take that second lab science. And then red is 15 or more credits they're deficient from meeting that requirement. And so one of the questions that Mr. Sturk and I were wondering is how many of our students do take a science class off campus? So we worked with our system information manager, and we pulled that data. So last year we had 392 semester science classes that were taken off campus and 196 year-long classes. So on average, we have about 65 students who elect to take a class outside of Tehachapi High School. And a lot of the reasons from talking to students is when they take a class off campus, it allows them to have more flexibility in their schedule. If they take a course over the summer, then they have time for another elective in their schedule. One thing to note is these courses have very ambitious schedules. Many of our students who take a course over summer They go through Mission High School, which is a virtual online type of school. The courses begin July 1st, and they must complete the course by the end of July. It's not feasible for many of our students to do this if they have a vacation planned, because you're completing 1 year of coursework in just that 1 month. So it's pretty tough to do that. So we wanted to solicit input from our stakeholder groups, because changing the graduation requirement would be significant for parents, community, and students and staff. And so we posed the question, do you believe TUSD's graduation requirement should align with the state requirement? And I went to a staff meeting at the high school, and we had a pretty robust conversation about this. The science department, they talked about it. Other staff members had opportunities to ask questions to the science department. And then I asked them to fill out a Google form. And so 55% of, and this is just Tehachapi High School teachers, believe that the high school graduation requirements should mimic those of the state with the 2-year science requirement. When soliciting input from JMS parents, and this was sent out through Parent Square, 51% of those parents said they would like the graduation requirement to reflect the state's requirement of 2 years. 64% of THS parents said that they would like the 2-year science requirement, and 77% of students, of course, said that they would like the 2 years of science. And I also brought this to Citizens Task Force, and we had 4 people respond to the survey, and they unanimously wanted the 3 years of science. So I just wanted to mention that. And then another one of the questions that I felt like really related to this topic, and then also to the previous presentation I did on the A through G completion rates, is, you know, what do parents want? Do they really want their child to be have that A through G eligibility? And it was interesting because middle school parents, 78% of them said, yes, I want my child to be A through G eligible by the time they graduate from high school. And then by the time these students went to high school, the parents, only 49% of them wanted that A through G eligibility, which then led to another question. So, you know, when students are in middle school, they're thinking they're going to go to a 4-year school. The parents are thinking that too. So what is the barrier? And really, this was consistent from parents to students, but this is the data from students, is really, you know, I got to high school and I started struggling, and I got off of that A through G track, and I just can't get back on, or I developed other interests. And so although I sent a Google survey, I've met with the students last year and the year before, and that is what they say. A lot of them want to go to a junior college, or they're interested in a trade, and they no longer are interested in that 4-year. But a big barrier is our students are struggling in some of the A through G coursework. And so I did add another question, because I wanted to know from parents and students, what courses would you like to see us bring to the high school? And a lot of people wanted the agricultural courses. So I know that there was a push for that in years past, but that people have said, we want that back again. More visual and performing arts classes. A lot of people would like auto shop. Additional options for world languages. Right now we only offer Spanish. And then just more trade preparation coursework. And so just a reminder, this was an informational item that the board asked Superintendent Larson Everson to bring. And so Mr. Stirk and I are available for questions if the board has any.
I have to comment on that one graph with the 49% of high school parents. Yeah, that one. I'm just going to assume that the JMS parents are a little more hopeful. And then the THS parents are a little more realistic of what their child can do, wants to do, plans to do.
Right.
How many parents roughly, if you remember, participated in the survey at that, for THS parents?
About 100.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering which, I'm assuming,
It's, who
are
knows?
do they have AG students or did
Well,
they
I would
not?
say
It's
that
hard to-
typically the parents that do participate in the surveys are engaged parents, right? Because they have to be reading the Parent Square messages. And I will say, I sent it out, I want to say 3 times, and I asked Ms. Libatique to put it in the Warrior Weekly, which if you're a high school parent, the Warrior Weekly is pretty long, although she did have it towards the top. But I would assume that they probably are engaged parents that did participate in the survey. And they did have options for comments, and multiple parents really appreciated the survey. They really liked having the opportunity to voice what they would like to see at the high school with coursework and then graduation requirements.
Thank you. Any other board member have a question or comment?
I have a handful for you. First of all, that was a great presentation. That was a lot more information than I expected to see. I didn't really know what to expect. I just wanted to hear about it. But thank you to you, Mr. Stirk. I can't believe I just called him Mr. Stirk since I never would do that again, but only here. But that was fantastic. I really appreciate you guys doing that. That was very important information for me. So a couple things I want to kind of ask/clarify to kind of help me walk through this. So as you guys mentioned, our graduation requirements do not align with other neighboring schools and our districts. And when you mentioned that point where a student could transfer in, let's say they transfer in their senior year, their parents get brought here to the Air Force Base or the prison, and all of a sudden they're a senior, they're like, oh my goodness, I need another science class. I could see that being pretty cumbersome for a kid and put a lot of stress on them if they feel like, man, they got their senior year planned out. I could see that being a significant concern. In addition to that, so if, let's just say you have a couple, I'll use a couple of my kids, one that's A through G bound, 4-year university bound. If it's a 3-year requirement, man, she's all in and she's taking it. If it's a 2-year requirement, she probably would have taken 3. That's just how she is. Now the one, community college, don't make me take a third one if I don't have to. I'm going to go into the creative world and not her thing. But if she wanted to, she could still take that 3rd year, right? So I can see that the nice thing is there's still an option. This doesn't pigeonhole the kids to say, sorry, you're stuck with 2. You can't do anything further, and we're limiting their abilities to take more. So and then some of the comments up there, the CAS scores have dropped again. It's very difficult to really correlate that. I get that, but it wasn't like we saw this massive spike. And unfortunately, the world of COVID for a couple years there impacted us greatly for a while. A through G rates really haven't improved a whole ton. I'm not saying it's worse or better. It's just we didn't see a major improvement there. The community input was very interesting. I think my parents would have fell right into that. Like, man, when I was in junior high, they're probably like, oh man, Tyler's gonna be a star. Mr. Gillum was my science teacher. He's probably like, yeah, right. And then when I was in high school, they were probably one of the 49% going, just let the kid graduate, let him get in the workforce and figure life out from there. I wish I could have changed a little bit of that, but that's neither here nor there. So I think that's a very accurate representation. I have middle school kids, I have college kids, and I have high school kids. I can kind of see how that would align very well because I have very different, diverse kids through those years. In addition to that, I thought Mr. Gillum's comments were very helpful, so thank you for bringing that perspective. In our community, we do have a lot of influence from the aerospace industry and the STEM world, engineering world, and I think that those kids who are brought up in a home where their dad or mom works at NASA and things, they're probably going to encourage their students to take that 3rd year anyways, because they have that higher level of education. They see that tremendous benefits. So I think we have a good kind of balance of that blue collar. We have the military right here. We have the STEM here. So I think we have a pretty good balance to that, that if a kid wants to get into the trades, we have people in the trades in our community. It's very, very apparent. We have the military right around the corner, and we have the STEM world out in the aerospace industry too is a big deal for us. So I don't think we could, I think we have a great balance actually in our community of those three areas. And rarely will I side with the state. As being a board member for a few years now, I rarely side with the state because I feel like they push too much on us and don't allow for local control. But I do think that the state has it right with the two-year option for science as the mandate, and then additional years if they decide. I did have an opportunity about 6 months ago, I think it was last school year, but I met with the whole CTE group. They came and met with me at my work. I work for the city of Tehachapi in Public Works, so we have a broad range of trades and all sorts of things. And that CTE group is incredibly passionate about what they do. And I was just like, man, Matt and I had Mr. Weaver as our woodshop, I would call him woodshop coach in high school, and he really did inspire me to work with my hands. And I saw that same level of passion, but tenfold with that group of the staff in the CTE group. I've never toured people for hours at my work. I was like, well, you guys want to go home? And maybe they want to go back to work, I'm not sure, but they stayed for hours. But they were just digging in super deep. And so I think that we have a great program on both sides. Mr. Gillum and his team, they have a phenomenal team to guide and coach those kids who want that third and fourth year. Man, they can embrace them and help them. We have the CTE side that they can guide and coach them. I think we have a really good balance, and I do fear that a kid like me, or a kid like some of my own children, would get pushed into a third year, and it would make it very difficult. I could see that they miss out on opportunities for the trade work, the wood shop with Mr. Carr and things like that. I would hate to see kids miss out on that just really have no desire for that A through G track or that third year. So when we're done with this, I will make a recommendation that we add this to the agenda when time allows for staff to bring this back for the board to vote on changing this back to a 2-year.
Thank you, Trustee Napier. Sure.
Of course.
And yeah, the first thing you mentioned, and Mrs. Paxton covered it as well, is those late transfer students, the students who transfer in senior year. It's important to recognize that all of our neighbors only have a 2-year requirement, and a good chunk of our transfers come from local areas. They move up from Bakersfield, they move up from Antelope Valley, and our neighboring districts is a good chunk of our incoming transfer students. And what happens when that senior transfers in, one, they're behind. So we already have to catch them up. They have to be given an accelerated science class to just check that box. But if a student comes in and they're a high achieving student, maybe they're an A/B student, they're A through G, they're 4-year university bound, we now have to offer them a non-college prep accelerated science class because that's our only option at this moment. They might be able to buy a college prep class and try to do it quickly online. There are some options for that, but more often than not, we're kind of panicked. Hey, we have a year, we have less than a year to try to check this box to meet this requirement that others aren't implementing. So now you have to add a non-college prep science class onto your transcript here in the fourth quarter. And then the last thing I wanted to address is, again, I mentioned the students who are impacted by this, again, maybe possibly low-performing students that need those hands-on trades, that need those electives to possibly pursue a career in CTE, right, that career technical education. That's the population of student that I'm really seeing affected by this, but certainly not the only ones. We know that our 4-year band members struggle with fewer electives, right? So if we take a look at, we have a 70 elective requirement right now, so that's 2 electives freshman year, that's 1 elective sophomore year, back to 2 electives junior year, and then 3 electives senior year. And so we're down to 7 electives right now in your 4 years at high school. And I'll mention that that's going to be 6 here in a little bit once the ethnic studies has to be mandated, right, by the state. That's coming in as well. So we're going to be down to 6 elective opportunities in your 4 years of high school to explore possible career paths, right? And so, again, I mentioned 1 student group, but think about 6 electives or our current 7 and you have your band members who are trying to do 4 years of band, and you have your ASB students who are involved in ASB, or your yearbook students, right? Or your students on an IEP who have a study skills in their schedule, and that's their one elective sophomore year. One of their electives freshman year, right? It really jams up. There's a lot of student groups that are really jammed up elective-wise, and this is just one more thing where we're saying science trumps everything else. You'll have one less elective junior year, you'll have one more science class junior year. Just boxes them in. Again, I appreciate your guys' time.
Yeah, thank you. And a couple other comments. I've had 2 of my daughters have done the online summer science, and yeah, we're a vacation-heavy family. It's like the second school's out, it's like we're hitting the road, we're gone. But they make it work. You know, they're at the beach, they ride their bike to the coffee shop, and they work. And so I appreciate the fact that you guys provide those type of opportunities for them. It helped them, you know, do other things with those electives and in different classes along the way. Yeah, I think that was about it. But again, thank you guys for the presentation. And Mr. Gillum, appreciate your comments. It was a really good perspective on the whole thing.
Any other board member with comments or questions?
I just wanted to, again, the CTE, when I go, these kids, that's why they come to school. That is the one reason they're coming, and they want to graduate. So I want to see definitely more of that. And then, can you explain the requirements to be in geometry? I mean, with the biology and everything, can you explain that to me?
I think Mr. Stirk probably is better at that because you probably weren't
Yeah.
here when that prerequisite was added.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of the science department at this point. One of my duties as the counselor at Tehachapi High School is to write the course description book, which gives an overview of every course we offer, and it also includes the prerequisites. So our science classes are listed, the prerequisites are listed in there. So I work with the teachers to figure out what the prerequisites are going to be. And again, that current prerequisite for students, entering ninth grade students to go straight into biology is they also have to qualify for geometry. So they have to have taken algebra as an 8th grader, scored well in that. We look at their algebra grade. We get input from their teacher. We look at their test scores, their CAS scores, and their iReady. I'm giving you more information than you want, but so then students are placed into geometry as a 9th grader if they meet the requirements, if we feel that's an appropriate math placement. Geometry, again, is the requirement for biology. It's a co-requisite. The feedback we received from the science department when they set that prerequisite is there's a lot of math in the advanced sciences. So if they start in biology, they likely usually move to chemistry. Chemistry is a prerequisite for our advanced sciences, including AP Bio and AP Physics. So that's typically the path if they're pursuing that is biology, chemistry, AP Physics, or AP Bio as that 3rd year. And as the science climbs, the math climbs as well. And I don't claim to be a math major or a science major, but the science teachers tell us that if students are in chemistry as well as Algebra 2, it benefits them in their chemistry class, that they are learning the Algebra 2 concepts, right, that higher level math, and that'll benefit them in chemistry. And then they have completed Algebra 2 as they move into AP Physics or AP Bio, again, very math-heavy science classes, so it would benefit them in that area. The discrepancy comes in if we have a 9th grader who does not enter into geometry, but enters into Algebra Essentials and also is placed into Earth Science. They then move into biology and algebra, and then possibly chemistry and geometry, right? So it's not quite the same, it doesn't quite line up, but again, to answer your question, that's the feedback that we get from the science teachers is, as we approach those math-heavy advanced science classes, they want the students to have as much math under their belt as possible.
So you can't be in biology unless you've had geometry?
And as a freshman, and as an incoming 9th grader, you can't be in biology unless you're also in geometry as a freshman.
Would you like me to
Mr. Gillum?
The way it was is that you come into high school and you had to have a physical science and a life science, right? So you have to have them both. If you skipped earth science and went straight into biology, you basically had to pass chemistry. We had a lot of students that did that. They just jumped over earth science, went straight to biology, took it, and then they got stuck because they couldn't do chemistry. There's just a lot of math and chemistry. So then they're like, oh, I took biology, and now I have to go back and take earth science. Now I'm a junior taking this freshman class. And so we said we just avoid, at least at that time, the only way to graduate was, if you skipped earth science, was to take chemistry. And so letting them skip earth science when they weren't going to be able to take chemistry was a problem. It caused a lot of problems for students that jumped into biology, and then they're failing earth science, and or they're failing chemistry. So to avoid that, to avoid people forcing them into chemistry when they didn't have the math for chemistry. That's why.
But you're blocking the kids from biology with the geometry.
Just the freshmen, just the freshmen.
And one thing to note is in our master's schedule, we only have 2 sections of chemistry. So I know when I arrived that we had chemistry every period, so we had 5 sections. But now we're down to 2 sections of chemistry. So I don't think that it's
Yeah,
probably
things
the
have changed.
same issue that when they implemented that prerequisite that we have now, because a lot of our students are not taking chemistry. We can see by the graph that I posted earlier.
And they've got to take a physical science, and it used to be anyway, the only physical science was chemistry if you didn't do earth science. Now I think the environmental, one of the other ones count as your
Environmental and exploring.
Count as your physical.
And if you go back and do
Yeah.
Earth. and-
At that time, there wasn't anything, it was just chemistry or nothing, and so they got like, oh, I skipped earth science and now I can't do chemistry. But yeah, now there are other options for a physical science. But that's why we had it the first time, because if you skipped it without the math, you got put into chemistry and you weren't ready for it. Does that answer your question? You looked a little
Kind
bit-
of, but like I say, I still don't see the alignment for the
I think
geometry.
it's not really an alignment for biology. It was
No.
put in
Okay.
because they felt like, I think Mr. Gillum had mentioned, then students were trying to take chemistry and they didn't have the background. But that is not our current reality. We don't have students, many of our students are not going from biology to chemistry.
Right.
Many of our students are electing not to take chemistry. So,
I have a question. Is this requirement the same for Monroe?
well, that is our district graduation
Okay.
policy.
All right,
Yeah.
so yes.
Yes.
I was in the room in 2017 when the board decided, I heard all the discussion, and let's just say there was a feeling among a lot of folks that we're going to be, number one, we're going to be the first to do this. It's going to be done anyway, so why not do it? And as has been pointed out by all the speakers, it hasn't come to pass. I'm glad you brought up the late transfer, Mr. Sturr, because I was a late transfer back in 1972 to Del Campo High School in Fair Oaks, California. I did not have to take a third year of science. I didn't like science back in Dayton, Ohio, where I went to high school for my first 3 years. And I was able to take business classes. If they'd had a third year of science requirement, I would not have been happy. So that benefited me, and I think I'm pretty typical of 50 years ago. Also, I know of, I don't want to identify them, but there's a couple students I dealt with as vice principal at JMS, and their dad was a local tradesman, and they succeeded him in the business. I don't even know if they graduated from Tehachapi High School. They probably struggled because they didn't really care about academics. And if they'd had that third science requirement, I don't know if they would have graduated, but they're successful now. That's what matters.
I find the reason for going to 2 years compelling, over 3 years. The main reason we wanted to do it is because we saw the trend that most people were not taking the third year of science. Most people were not ready for the standardized test they were being given. And so the reason we wanted it was not for the college-bound. They're already getting all their science. We thought it was important that the non-college-bound people had science, and that was more the reason, is to get the non-college people into science.
And I'd also like, you mentioned the food class of Mrs. Munoz and the medical terminology class. Back in 2017, we didn't have the new hospital. And a lot of us, unfortunately, our generation are up there in age, and we need more medical students. I'd like to see that come back to Tehachapi High School, along with the food, because both are science. Really, both are science. And so I'm for bringing down the science requirement to 2. And I know the superintendent would like a consensus from the board. 2 of us have given what our thoughts, and I'd like at least a consensus more from those of you that haven't spoken yet. Trustee Cooper.
Well, I've been around enough to see this discussion go through a second round. They say what goes around comes around. If you remember in 1960, when I got out of high school, there were several requirements. But President Kennedy set the stage for adding all kinds of technical STEM projects because we were going to the moon by the end of the decade. Well, that kept me out of the draft, but it also got me a good job. But there's another factor in there. Between the 8th and 9th grade, substantial changes take place because students start to figure out what they want to, shall I say, major in. They are starting to feel the pressures of parents, peers, and hormones. Now you say that's funny. No, it's not, because you get interested in a lot of things. There are needs for some scientific types and some scientific studies, especially in the medical field, because much of the field that is medically engaged requires a very strong knowledge of chemistry. Okay, that doesn't take too much mathematics, does it? Well, maybe there's something else. When I was in college, they didn't have this stuff they call fractal geometry. Well, they came up with that to do something new. But there are many people that don't need the extra unit of chemistry or science or whatever it is. And it would be perfectly legit, because if you're going to go into the sciences, you know what you're going to take and what you have to take as your goal. And by the time you get to the 9th or 10th grade, your goal probably is fairly well set. And so going to 2 units is what I was required in high school. And it ended up, I don't know how many units of science I took just to get through. But to show you how things change, I was probably one of the few students who went through a whole bunch of college and never took a biology class. Now, how did I get through that? I don't know. But if you're going to require biology, you need to have a little chemistry with it. But I'm in favor of those students who do not necessarily go into the sciences, taking additional units. But I will tell you that if you're going into automotive technology, you need the science and the chemistry and the mathematics. If you go out to work for Honda or Hyundai or whatever the test tracks are east of Mojave, or if you go down to the airport and want to, down to Mojave Airport and want to do technologically involved activities. I saw Mojave grow from, hey, I can walk around here and do anything I like, to now you have to pay $10 to get traveled around because there's so much technology down there. But as far as high school students, my major emphasis would be on, okay, the students take the subjects that they're going into, but read, write, and math. Over the 30 years that I've been teaching in college or just quit, I saw the writing, the ability to communicate, and to do mathematics decrease. I would emphasize that over anything else, because if you can read, write, and cipher, you can do anything, because most of the places you go to work at are going to challenge you by offering you this way of doing it instead of this way of doing it. Also, my last few years in industry, which ended in '97, one of the areas that was already being challenged to find people were those in the blue-collar trade, people that could do plumbing, electrical work, carpentry, et cetera, and welding. Now, most places, most companies, in fact, I've spent 30 years out in the desert at Borax, they actually have training programs to train their people to do the welding and become millwrights, et cetera. So, all that said, it comes down to one thing. I'm in favor of the 2 units for those who are not majoring in science, because one of the best engineers I know never had a day of college. He solved, I think it was the DC-10 or the L-1011 that had the problems with the engines falling off. Well, he was able to help solve that problem. But a lot of people do not go into the sciences. But here's the kicker. No matter which area that you go into as far as your career, you're going to have to integrate the other areas of science and industry and technology and psychology, because you're going to have to deal with people all the way through. My sentiments on the subject: 2 units required for all, and those who need it get more.
Thank you, Trustee Cooper. Anyone else?
Yes. If we get to the point where we decide not to keep the 3rd year, what changes with staffing and what classes would we go with? And any of the 3 of you, or Ms. Liberty?
Well, I think it's almost difficult to answer at this point, because it also depends on our enrollment, right? And I know that the high school wants to offer some additional elective science courses. We do now actually have a science teacher that has an ag credential. So we would have the opportunity or the flexibility to start adding courses like that back into the master schedule, but I'll let you go deeper.
Mrs. Paxton, Mr. Stirk, what I would offer up is that it would be my suggestion that before we would make any decisions about what replacement courses would be offered, that we would take some similar actions as we did to prepare for this evening's, where we seek input from a variety of stakeholders, including staff, parents, and students, to see with a survey that's focused on that information. That was part of the information, with them being able to put in comments about coursework they'd like to see, but with it focused in that direction, we would want to bring that information here to be able to share that before finalizing anything.
And I appreciate your concern, but we're 6 months away from a new school year. So I would still like them to continue, please.
I mean, certainly, most students were not taking a 3rd year of science. And so if it was not required, all those students who are taking the 3rd year would not be taking it. And so they would go into other courses, who knows what other courses, but certainly there'd be a lot fewer people taking the 3rd year science. That's what one way it would impact us.
All right, thank you. Superintendent, I believe you have a consensus from the board on a direction, at least from our perspective.
Absolutely.
And taking that into account with all the other perspectives. So I want to thank you 3 for your information. It was extremely valuable to all of us.
Yeah, thank you.
At this time, it's 6:44. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. I'm sorry,
I'm not happy about that. I felt shortchanged. They had a plan, they've had some discussion, I wanted to let them, we weren't making a decision, so I feel shortchanged. I'm not happy. He had 5 minutes, I had 30 seconds.
I thought you were done. I thought you were done.
No. Be back in 5 minutes.
I thought he was done.
think what I'm gonna say, and I will be trying to come up with a name or something, and I'll be thinking about it, and you start naming off names and just confuse me more. Another one of the things that they could do, and I had this in mind, why couldn't they do some of the classes that, like the earth science, and make a lab, a lab to go with it, with some mathematics. I have all kinds of laboratory activities go there, and there's all kinds of, especially in today's world, doing some of the analysis of various and sundry things, whatever it is, water, air. Oh, well, hey. We're old. Like I said, I think this discussion was going on back when I was in high school, getting into the 60s.
We are returning at 7:02 to regular session, and we are on Section 9, Superintendent. Number 2, first read board policies. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Based on the written recommendations, as we typically do, from the California School Boards Association, we have a number of board policies that we are bringing forward with recommended revisions noted on them. And these are first read. We have a whole other slew that have been brought back for approval this evening, but this first grouping is for first read this evening. Thank you.
Before we go on, I forgot to mention that when we went to break, Trustee Napier left the meeting due to a family matter. Any questions or comments from the board on any of those first read board policies?
I do.
Vice President Kelly.
Superintendent, if you don't have it off the top of your head, if you can bring it back next week, but 4151, 4351, and 4251 all looked almost identical, and I'm using the word almost because I couldn't find any differences. So if you just a short synopsis, either now or next time, please.
Can you read the numbers to me one more time?
Yeah, 4151, 4251, and 4351, they all do with employee compensation.
Let me see what I've got with me, if I can help you with that, and if not, then I will bring it back. But let me grab those real quick. I believe 4151, it lists, in the policy update, it lists all three of those items, all three of those policies as being updated to include information about the Classified School Employees Summer Assistance Program. And I believe that is updating it so that they may elect to have up to 10% of the employee's salary. And that is reflective of new law. So all of those policies, 4151, 4251, and 4351, all have a reference to the EAP program. And so they're all being updated to be in alignment with the new law, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments about any of those first read policies? I have, I emailed the superintendent. Policy 6154, at the bottom of page 2, CSBA recommends the change, and I'm going to read it verbatim, and those principals, if there's any teachers left, you might want to take notice. Quote, if a student repeatedly fails to complete homework, the teacher shall notify the student's parents and guardians as soon as possible so that corrective action can be taken prior to the release of any final grades or report cards. I think the word repeatedly needs to be defined, and when in the quarter or the grading period should it be basically too late? I mean, it's a very vague policy as far as I'm concerned. And we can change it to our specifications. And
We can. This is the recommended
Right.
language that came from CSBA, as I shared, and I think their intent is to make sure that we're having a requirement that's within written policy that says the teacher shall, so that ensures that teachers are then communicating with parents, that students have repeated missing homework, but we could make it more specific based on the board's direction.
yeah, I would ask you to bring that up at your next admin meeting, which might be probably next year, but some teachers are going to think repeatedly is 2, others might think it's 10. Some kind of guidance, and if a student misses their second homework assignment on the last Monday of the grading period, that's too late. The teacher's got enough to do, but anyway, my 2 cents.
Okay, so would the board be satisfied if I get some consultation with our administrative team and bring back a suggestion in January?
Yes, I'd like that.
Okay, thank you.
I see nodding heads, so. All right. So if we're done with that, we go on to number 3, approval of board policies from the first read of last month.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Again, based on the written recommendations from the California School Boards Association, we have a number of policies that have been revised. These policies were presented to the board as first read items in November and are now being brought back for your approval. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Oh, there's a more button. There we go. Do I have a motion to approve the second read of the board policies as presented?
I motion.
Kelly is second.
It was motioned by trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the board policies and exhibits as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Approval of proposed Tehachapi Unified School District logo. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. We brought this forward as a first read item also at the November meeting, and we would propose to replace the current district logo with this new and refreshed and energizing logo. The proposed logo, I said this at the last meeting, and I'm going to share it with you again, but it does feature a stylized representation of the Tehachapi Mountain Range, symbolizing the beautiful natural landscape of the Tehachapi area. The mountains are depicted in a vibrant green, representing growth, learning, and the district's commitment to positive student outcomes. The orange and yellow shades above the mountains convey energy, vitality, and hope. Overall, this logo captures, thank you, Mr. McKay. Overall, this logo captures the essence of Tehachapi Unified School District, showcasing the connection to our beautiful surroundings, our collective commitment to education and dedication to student success, and finally, our unwavering belief that there is no limit to what TUSD students can achieve. Again, as I mentioned, the logo was brought forward as a first read in November, and it is presented now this evening for the board's consideration for approval. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I need a motion to approve the proposed Tehachapi Unified School District logo as presented.
Kelly is second.
It was motioned by trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the proposed Tehachapi Unified School District logo as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Superintendent Larson Everson. Now, Mr. Intezari, business.
Just need a
And number 1, presentation adoption of resolution number 02-DEC-23, positive certification of the first interim report for 2023-2024.
Thank you very much, President Kaminsky. Yes, we're going to review the first interim budget. The first interim is reporting as of October 31st. So our first opportunity is an official revision to our budget for the year. Next slide, please. So here we're just going to discuss an overview of the annual budget, focusing on the local control funding formula, and taking some considerations and talk about fiscal outlook. We're also going to review projections of the general fund, revenues and expenditures, and we're also going to talk about the district's staffing at our school sites, kind of at the request of our board president, regarding concerns, just some information about the staffing at the sites, and as well as talk about some state budget implications. So just a quick overview of the budget cycle. So every December, we report on as of October 31st. This is an important key marker because this is where we establish what our revenue is going to be. We know how many kids we have. We've had already 2 complete school months of school. We have some more information from the state that's coming, but we have a good idea of what the revenue is going to be. When we reach the second interim, which is reporting as of January 31st, I report that in March. That gives us, we're a little past the halfway mark of school, and we have a better idea of what our expenses are going to look like. And then we have June 30th. So in May, I report what June is going to look like. Before then, we adopt a budget for the following year as well. Any questions about the budget cycle? I know you guys have heard it a lot, so this is more for those at home. All right, thank you. So LCFF, so just again for those at home, the local control funding formula, this is the money that we get for student attendance. There are some additional considerations for student age groups, also student socioeconomic factors, property tax, local property taxes taken into consideration, but this is the majority of the district's funding. And this year, we're proud to report that we are pretty on target. We were short, but over 99% on what the adopted budget was projecting, while the enrollment was a little lower than we thought. The amount of students that, or the amount of families that reported and qualified as the unduplicated pupils, but those reporting that they do qualify for those socioeconomic benefits that we can offer and the additional funds that we get really put us in a really good place. So we're right on target in terms of revenue. Next slide. So the LCFF, just to break down for you, separates grades TK to 3, where we received 1,198.7 ADA, and that's from 1,285 enrolled students. So that is essentially the enrolled students, and then prorating for their absences. And so grades 4 to 6, we received 931, about 931 ADA for 998 students. Grades 7 through 8, we have 602 for about 646 students. And grades 9 through 12, 1,214 for almost 1,300 enrolled students. So this is all at a 93% average attendance rate, pretty much across all grades, which is pretty surprising. And that also includes TILA. And so with this percentage rate, we're entitled to the $48,629,683.
Mr. Intezari, sorry to interrupt, but if we had last year's attendance rate, how much would that 48 million have decreased?
So we did have, we still had last year about the 93%.
Oh, okay.
What changed was that the enrollment, so the enrollment came in lower than expected, but the UPP was higher. But if those, let's say 35 students, and it's about $12,000 a student, you could see, you know, we're talking.
Because the year-to-date attendance figure was 91 something.
90, I can go back and look.
No, it's
It's
yeah, it was roughly 2%, a little bit more than 2% difference.
Yeah, so this is reporting as of October 31st.
Correct.
And so from them, the enrollment number that was reported, it's about 30 students higher, so we're just ticking upwards.
Okay. I was more focused on the attendance, but.
Thank you. All right, next slide, please. So here's a breakdown just of the unrestricted revenues. As you can see, most of the pie is the LCFF. What's new for the school district is the amount that we get for transportation, the additional supplement for transportation, which we estimate is about $773,000. We continue to receive lottery money. This is on the unrestricted side that can be used, that the district uses for funding equipment, whether it's for athletics or whether it's for our IT department. We use the lottery, the unrestricted side, so we receive about $115, I think, per ADA. So ADA does trickle into other areas for funding as well. Daycare brings in proceeds about $300,000, which sounds like a lot, but we spend more than that on daycare aids alone. So, but it does help supplement using the expanded learning program. Leases and rentals, so whether it's leasing out our facilities, whether it's the Saracosa facility or a facilities use agreement for someone using a space for a tournament or for holding a memorial, anything like that, comes in at $123,000, and we earn about $100,000 in interest, bringing in over almost 3%, which is pretty unheard of in the government world. So total unrestricted, a little over $50 million, $50,696,131, with 96% of that being made up of LCFF. Any questions? No? All right, next slide. So here we're going to break down the unrestricted expenditures. So we spend about $15.5 million on certificated salaries, so that's your teachers, your school site administrators, your pupil support staff. We spend about $7.3 million in classified salaries, so clerks, aides, other support staff, the front office, your favorite, custodian, those classifications, just further outside the classroom. And then in terms of benefits, the district spends about $10.1 million for pension contributions, health and welfare, payroll taxes such as Social Security, Medicare. For supplies, we're projecting to spend about $2.2 million, whether it's textbooks, other instructional materials, supplies and equipment. Services and other operating expenses, $6.15 million. About $1 million of that is insurance, and the rest is pretty much dominated by utilities. We do also have any kind of professional service coming out of there. Capital outlay, so this is big ticket items, right? Your vehicles, your buildings, capital improvements, so like the concrete work being done throughout the district, estimating the cost to be about $2.15 million. We have other outgo, so this is just money for we are billed by the county office for the students that we refer to them. They're typically SPED students, and then any variation in terms of what they estimated the cost of the program was going to be and what our share is. Sometimes we get a rebate, sometimes we have to pay more, and so that's where this small amount will come at $34,000. That was projected based on last year. That could materialize, it couldn't, but it's a small amount. Lastly, we have transfer of indirect costs. So you'll notice here, and this is a really tough one to explain, so I would say just look at it as a negative expense. So that's why it's in parentheses, that $1,116,483. So for the purpose of operating a grant program, right, so whether it's Title I, whether it's the ESSER funds, the money doesn't do all the work, right? There's a HR department that has to hire the people, and a business department that has to pay the bills and the payroll. There's facilities, we pay for the lights, the custodians, all of that. And so the state determines what rate we can charge. And so while our expenses on the restricted side have been historically high, we've been able to collect a historically high indirect cost, which you can consider like overhead. And so this has helped kind of soften the blow on the unrestricted side of things. And so we are planning to receive about $1.1 million. We are able to charge, some programs don't allow you to charge, some cap you at 5%, and currently our rate is 7.71% is the maximum that we can charge. Lastly, we have our contributions. So the general fund, if you added up all those expenditures, there would be about $8 million left. But the reason is because we have two programs that we are required to contribute to. One being the special education, as we've talked about before. The federal and state money that we get for SPED comes nowhere near the cost that it takes to run those programs. And we also have routine restricted maintenance where we contribute towards maintenance as a percentage of the expenses that we spend in the general fund to ensure that the buildings are in good repair and that the students are in a safe place. Any questions on our unrestricted expenditures? No? All right. Moving on. So that concludes the unrestricted side. So we're going to talk about our state programs. So the district is entitled to several state awards. A big recent one is the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program that you've seen that we've used for a lot of really cool stuff. We also have the After School Education and Safety Program over at Tompkins. I know I was very proud to hear a lot of positive feedback about the career and technical education grants and the programs that we have implemented and the support for those. And so that is a state program. We also receive the instructional lottery money that goes towards instructional materials, right? So there's two phases of it. One is that we can use it for what we want, and then the other restricted side is specific to instructional materials, so we use it for textbooks. Next slide. So we also have federal programs. So our federal programs are funneled through the state, but they are at something that you would expect that a lot of school districts throughout the nation get, as opposed to, expanded learning opportunity program is specific to California. So some of the federal programs you might be aware of is like Title I, which is to serve socioeconomically impacted students. But then there's also other programs from the Title program, such as Title II, which is federal funds that we receive for professional development for teachers, improving teacher quality. We also receive English language learner money through the Title programs, as well as the significant ESSER dollars that we received over the last few years. In total, we anticipate receiving about $6.4 million in federal awards for the 23-24 fiscal year. Next slide. All right, so here's a breakdown of the revenues. So the big chunk is the ESSER money, about $3.8 million, making up about 27% of it. We also have special education. So special education, AB 602, Assembly Bill 602, that's just the state's contribution towards special education. If you look down further, I also have SPED IDEA. That is the federal portion that we receive for SPED. So combined, that is almost $4 million. We also have the STIRS on behalf, so I've mentioned it before. This is kind of a phantom number that is more for accounting purposes. The state contributes to the teacher's retirement system, and we're required to recognize it on our books. We estimated that amount would be about 2.1 million, so the revenue is 2.1 million. If it went down to 500,000, then the revenue would be 500,000. So that is a net impact of 0 on the district, but we are required to record it. Our Title I program brings in a little over $1 million, and the CTEIG program is about $229,000. We do also receive Perkins money, which is the federal award for CTE, but it's significantly less, but it is an important program that they get to use, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we go over the staffing. But total restricted revenues come in at about $14 million.
Mr. Intezari, can I ask you
Yes.
a question real quick? So are we projecting that we're actually going to receive about 2/3 of our special ed money?
2/3 of our special ed money?
Yeah. And maybe that's where, because on this page, we're about 6 million, right? Or 4 million on this page. And the expense from a couple slides ago, was that 6.1?
Yes, so the general fund contributes about $6 million towards special
So that's the
education.
most we've ever received, I'm guessing?
The
For
most that we've
special-
contributed?
Yeah. Or no, the least we've contributed, the most we've gotten back in revenue.
Yes, so special education is entitled to a COLA, at least on the state side, the AB 602. So I would say with confidence that 3.1 number is probably the highest we've ever gotten in state SPED. But the contribution, that fluctuates. It just kind of depends. We do have the maintenance of effort requirement where we have to spend the same amount, at least either in total or per student. But did that answer your question?
Yeah, it's an overall plus, just not as much plus as we want.
Yes.
Thank you.
It could help with the reducing the contribution amount, but typically we press forward. Any other questions on the restricted revenue side? All right. Moving on to the restricted expenses. So just a breakdown. We have about $6.5 million in certificated salaries on the restricted side, so your Title I teachers, your special education teachers, and then you have certain administrators that are funded out of the restricted side. Not all of that is one time. The majority of the restricted money we get is ongoing. Classified salaries, about $4.7 million, a lot of that being made up of our special education paraeducators. We also have about $6.75 million in benefits for these staff members. We estimate about $846,000 to be spent on supplies, about $2.8 million spent on services and operating expenses. Most of that is made up of professional services. So when we come up and we say, we'd like to approve this agreement with Dr. So-and-so for for the budget allocated to special ed for professional services, this is where it would be coming from. Capital outlay, about $476,000 related to building improvements. So the nice new beautiful gym floor at the TEC would be coming out of that side. We also have other outgo of $489,000, mostly related to tuition for the students that we refer down to the county. And then we also have the transfer of indirect costs. So this is the cost that the programs absorb for the overhead that goes to the unrestricted side. So they net to zero, the unrestricted side gets to benefit. And then lastly, the contribution. So that's the same amount, it's just they view it as like a revenue, right? The unrestricted side contributed to the restricted side. Any questions on that? All right, I promise to use a more helpful slide here next. All right, so here's just a breakdown of our total expenses, broken down by the major categories that we use. So 33% of our funds are going in total to certificated salaries, 18.2% going to classified salaries at $12 million. Total employee benefits, about $16.8 million, making up a quarter of our total expenditures. So as you can see, we're spending over 50% on just salaries and benefits. 50, 63, 67%, with the remaining coming in at supplies, services, and other expenses, and the total expenditures of $66.1 million. Next slide. All right, so fiscal outlook. So as many of you know, the extension of the tax deadline for 2022 was extended up until October 2023 and then November 2023, and these numbers came in at less than they were originally estimated. The fiscal health of the Tehachapi Unified School District is a direct correlation to the fiscal health of the state's budget, but there are some provisions in place. We are funded through something called Proposition 98, which provides certain rules and triggers of how what the state's impact means for schools. At the state level, their reserves are very high for what they call the rainy day fund for education. So while we hear that there's a $68 billion deficit over the next few years, that does not mean that that all the schools are going to receive $68 billion less. But we do understand that this is a concern and something to be on top of. We've had conversations, or I've had conversations with some of our administrators, especially ones that run really expensive programs and departments. Looking at you, Mr. McKay, IT spends a lot. But it's, we've made really big technological leaps, right? We went from having a few hundred Chromebooks around to thousands and thousands, and then the infrastructure to support it, not just at home, but in the classroom. So, those things do come with a purpose. So funding for K-12 is mitigated by state reserves, so the impact, we won't know. We're hearing it could be 0%. We're hearing it could be 1.2%. We're hearing it could be the same 3.92% we were expecting, whether it's because of politically driven reasons by the governor or not, we do not know. So we are anxiously anticipating what this cost of living adjustment for the 2024-2025 year is going to be, but the district has anticipated this day. We knew this day was coming, right? We were coming from 1% and 2% COLAs per year for as long as I can remember, and then all of a sudden, if you're new to school districts and you're getting a 5% raise and an 8% raise, and you think that's going to go on forever, I have bad news for you. But, it's been good, and we've really pressed forward with these funds. And so while the fiscal outlook for the state of California does not look as good, I would say that the Tehachapi Unified School District is a bit more protected based on anticipation of these things coming. So the ongoing COLA will vary, but the Legislative Analyst's Office estimates that it's about 1.27%. So the district has strong reserves. At the end of this year, we're projecting to still have $17.6 million in unrestricted reserves. So, and that's the highest that the district has had. When I got here, I think we had 10 million, so, you know, pretty close to almost doubling it in that time, while also really picking up the spending thanks to the restricted funds. It's been a real blessing and made being a CBO a very pretty fun job. So while I understand that there's some concerns, you know, if for those that were around in 2008, you might not believe me, but I was around in the industry in 2008. I do understand that there is a lot of us are not kind of used to this high-level spending, high-level funding of schools. It's definitely an adjustment. For example, our after-school program, they have some carryover. I asked them that they had to spend $9,000 in December, and then they turned in like an order for stickers. And, you know, it's just, it's kind of hard to compute when you were around in those times when schools, you were used to thinking that schools didn't have millions of dollars. They didn't have much of anything. And then now we've come through this really like blessed time for 3, 4, 5 years where districts have been a priority of the state budget, the federal budget, and so understanding that these things weren't going to happen forever, the district hasn't had any deficit spending on the unrestricted side since I've been here, and we continue to press forward with the restricted resources that we have and make sure that we preserve all of the programs, all of the staffing, everything that we have put forward and for our students as they recover from the impacts of the pandemic.
Can I interrupt and give them an example of the uncertainty? This is from the Bakersfield Californian last Saturday. Mr. Patek, he's a legislative analyst with the state, suggested that California could cut the deficit by nearly $17 billion over the next 3 years, and this is where my breath stopped, by recalculating its constitutionally mandated funding obligation to schools and community colleges known as Proposition 98 based on the lower revenues. Though this would decrease the state's base education funding over the long term, Patek said that the immediate effects could be offset with reserves. So decrease the state's base education over the long term. That just, and we don't know. It's like the superintendent's talked about before. We have no control over that. So we just have to adjust, but I just wanted to make the board understand that.
Yeah, so we certainly understand that these risks exist, but I wouldn't say that it's a
It may
risk
not happen.
if we anticipate that this day was coming or that lower revenues might happen. I think what's important to consider is that Tehachapi Unified School District is in a bit of a unique spot in the sense that we have enrollment that is trending upwards. I wouldn't say significantly, not 5%, 10% or anything like that, like the declines that our colleagues are seeing throughout the state, but we are progressing upwards. And so in the calculation of our multi-year projections, we actually project a 1% decline year over year, just because I have a hard time saying, you know, in a conservative estimate that while everyone's losing enrollment, we're, you know, just gonna keep gunning on up. But I'd rather be pleasantly surprised when the revenues do come in higher, because that's something that we can control and establish when it comes down to our expenses. You know, I've talked about it before, you know, we've had the opportunity to say yes to a lot of things, something that, you know, wasn't normal for schools. And so to be able to preserve that and say, you know, well, we've had all the bells and whistles and now we might have to trade a bell or a whistle or, you know, just whistles. But it's important to kind of understand that this has been, while this has been a high time, our budget has been designed to be able to anticipate that. We do have a lot of restricted spending. We still have a lot of restricted spending to go. One of the things that has been able to help us is the emergency block grant that was received about a year ago, a little over a year ago. Then the state started talking about taking it back and then reducing it. So it did take a small hit, but that $3 million is preserved. We have not touched it. and it's going to help us continue some of the really good stuff that we're doing, because as we've seen through the dashboard and the scores, that the effects of the pandemic are still lingering. Our students do deserve every opportunity to succeed. If we don't spend that money, or spending that money doesn't increase the chances of student failures. I think at best case it stays the same, but we give them the opportunity to progress. If we did, I wouldn't want to know what it would look like if we didn't put forward all those resources into our students. So very proud of our outcomes, very proud of the fact that our budget is able to withstand a 0% COLA for the next 2 years, assuming all of the same spending, all of the same strategies in place. Will it require some conversation and some prioritizing? Of course, but it's not all, while this is all bad news, the good news is that we are in a place to preserve the programs that we do have and what's working, and be able to move and make decisions that are going to impact 2026. It's just outside of our 3-year projection. The district is in good shape. It's unfortunate that we can't use it. We have to use the numbers that are currently in place, the 3.92% COLA next year, even though everyone has said that that number is not going to materialize. But being able to run a 0% projection, show to the superintendent and show that our minimum reserves are still there, is a good spot to be in. Any
Can I add
questions?
another positive? You're in charge of it. You're on top of it, so thank you.
I'd say a lot of credit goes to our superintendent. I really wish I could stand up here and say that I've just been a cool cucumber for these last 3.5 years. But no, it's been a lot of teeth chattering at night, a lot of,
Well, I'm sure
how are we going to
she
afford
agrees
this?
with me, I'm sure. So.
But no, it's been a really great opportunity to become the administrator over business, just to see all the things that we can be a part of. Seeing the students succeed, whether it's in athletics or academics, a lot of the cool pictures that we see, just seeing the expanded learning program, and just being able to buy, not just process orders, but really see those things end up in kids' hands. It's very exciting. And so while, this isn't a good part of the job, it's part of the job. And so, but I'm really fortunate to be in a place where news like this doesn't mean that we have to scramble and, decide before the beginning of next school year what we're going to do. As you know, we're not completed with all of our bargaining, but we're kind of halfway with our groups. But, we're still holding strong on preserving that it is important that we be competitive in the industry, and make sure that Tehachapi Unified School District is an employer of choice in Kern County. And so that's still the goal, and we're not holding off from that.
Thank you.
All right, so President Kaminsky, this one's for you. Next slide. So there was a request about a staffing evaluation or a staffing study. We looked into what was previously done before. It sounded like it was specific to a reorganization at the district office, or maybe some other things. We tried to find some historical information, but at least wanted to give it a shot to explain to the board and to the public kind of what the staffing at our elementary, middle, and high schools look like currently, and some of the supports that we offer. It's not in totality, because I found out that it's really hard to get all of our positions and staffing into one slide per school. But it does speak to, how big of an organization it is, how much we're doing for our kids. But we wanted to provide at least some security to the board and let them know kind of, all right, so based on all of our staffing, who's on the unrestricted side, that's just guaranteed ongoing funding, and then who's on the restricted side. And like I had mentioned before, the restricted side doesn't mean that it's all one-time money. Our Title I money is ongoing. Our special education money is ongoing. And so just kind of bringing to light some of the way our staffing is set up in our budget, and just to kind of shed a little light on how that is kind of set up. So next slide, please. So here we're going to start just with teachers at the elementary schools. Can you guys see that? I know it's kind of a...
On the screen, I can see it fine.
Okay, great. You guys have it pulled up on your screen. Great. So here we have each elementary school, Cummings Valley, Golden Hills, and Tompkins. So for transitional kindergarten, we have at least one teacher at each, all funded from the unrestricted side. Moving down, we have kindergarten, we have 11 teachers across the elementary school, all funded on the unrestricted side. First grade, 12 teachers across the elementary schools, all unrestricted. Same for second grade, third grade, 11 teachers, fourth grade, 12 teachers, fifth grade, 10 teachers, all unrestricted. So, you know, they're part of our primary kind of staffing level. And then our special education, the 12 teachers are with 2 at Cummings Valley, 5 at Golden Hills, and 5 at Tompkins because of the programs and the populations that they serve, all on the restricted side. But those are funded by not only the general fund contributions, but also the state and federal dollars. So that can be viewed as ongoing. Our 2 Title I elementary schools have an additional teacher, and that is continuing as well. And we've also, so here we have the elementary school PE teachers through the Pump It Up. That is on the restricted side. That is through one-time funding. But we have a plan in order to be able to carry them through 2025, 2026. So in total, out of the 88 teachers at the elementary schools, 17 are funded from the unrestricted, only 3 are funded from one-time funds. Any questions about elementary school? No? Great. Next slide, middle school. So for the middle school, again, for math, we have 6 teachers, English 7, science 7 teachers, social studies 6, music and arts 2 teachers. We're very proud to be able to have added the dedicated, is it music director? Is that the title? Yes. As well as an arts teacher. There's a computer science, electives, 9 SPED teachers. We have 4 PE teachers. This is funded through the LCFF and our alternative to suspension. So at the middle school, we only have 9 that are funded off restricted dollars, and those are all the SPED. So out of the 44, I would say none are funded from one-time funds, and so the staffing is preserved there. Next slide. So for the high school, for math, we have 6 teachers, English 9, science 7, all unrestricted, social studies 6, music and arts 3, Spanish 2. For CTE, this is one I really wanted to point out based on all the comments about all the support for CTE. As you can see, the 5 teachers are funded off the unrestricted side. This is something that so let's say the state budget cuts really impact the CTE program, or at the federal level, Perkins. That would mean that our CTE courses that we offer would see a big hit in their supplies budget, but the staffing would be intact, and we would still be able to offer and share those skills with our students that aspire to go into certain trades. And then we have the alternative to suspension teacher and the 4 PE teachers. So out of the 54 FTE teachers at the high school, none are funded off one-time funds there either. Next slide. All right, so we also have TILA, which is carrying 6 teachers. They have about 99 students, and they teach multiple subject. So I couldn't really break that out for you, but they're also on our LCFF side of the budget. Monroe High School has 1 teacher also funded from the unrestricted. And then out of our 2 roving teachers, 1 special education and 1 elementary music teacher, all funded from ongoing dollars. Moving on to speech staffing. We do have, so this is an FTE, so not everybody is full-time. So we do have the 4 speech language pathologists. We have 1.625 FTE in the speech assistants. I need speech assistants, my apologies. And then we do have 3 speech aides, all, and that side is funded from special education as well. For health staffing, we have 2 nurses, and then we have LVNs assigned at each school site, as well as the health clerks. Bring in none of those, while on the restricted side, none of them are funded off one-time dollars. Next slide. All right, so that covers teachers, and so you could see how this is kind of cumbersome, but I'm happy to provide as much information as possible as the board would like. Here, this is just this covers the types of staff that we have at the elementary. We have principals and vice principals, the learning directors funded from Title I. Our vice principals are funded off one-time dollars and are in our plan to carry through the Learning Emergency Block Grant. We have social workers that are also planned from one-time dollars because that's a new offering, but that's also something that we intend to preserve, and I hear a lot of good things about the impact those social workers are having on our students. Psychologists, 1 for every site, funded through special education. We have secretaries and clerks, all 6 funded on the unrestricted side. We have various specialists, whether it's a school site specialist or an intervention specialist, funded on the unrestricted side. Once we reach the instructional aides, we have a balance, about a little less than half are on the restricted side of funding. So while it's something, you wouldn't want to see that happen for the teacher side of the books, but for the instructional aides, really providing additional supports to our students, additional support to the teachers so that they can focus on instruction. This is something that we're proud to have, and also part of the majority of the 13.427 FTE are funded from one-time funds. Not all, but I would say the majority of them. We have consistent library clerks across all the elementary schools, campus supervision on the unrestricted side, special education aides, as well as custodians. So the majority of the 96 FTE, about 13 are funded off one time, mostly instructional aides. Next slide. Middle school staffing, again, principals and vice principals, all on the unrestricted side. The learning director is funded by Title I. The social worker, as we mentioned, one-time funds, but we have a plan to maintain them through 2026. The psychologists are split funded, so part of it is unrestricted and part of it is funded through SPED. We have the counselor, again, 0.09 of their FTE is funded through SPED. The specialist, cannot recall. I do not think that is a one-time funded. But as you can see, so just going down the list, and I did not do the totals at the bottom. But we do have about 44 FTE, and that is the majority would be funded through our ongoing dollars. Lastly, for the high school staffing, our vice principals and the principal are funded through the unrestricted dollars. The social worker that they're assigned, again, part of the plan. Psychologist split between unrestricted and the special education, going all the way down. We have our special education aides at 20.5 FTE. So out of the 56, I believe we have one position for less than 1 FTE that would be funded off one-time dollars. All right, I promise that's it. So just to demonstrate kind of at least an overview of the school sites and our staffing, when we talk about when there are times to kind of evaluate staffing and dollars, we always try to keep far away from the classroom. And so this is just kind of an attempt to show the board and the public that we do have an ongoing commitment using our ongoing dollars to the schools at that level to ensure that we preserve everything that we're doing there. Are there any questions about staffing?
No. Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Thorough as usual. And now we're going to adjourn the regular meeting to hold a public hearing to obtain public input regarding the adoption of resolution number 01 DEC 23 at 7:52. Are there any public comments? Is there any other discussion? Public hearing is adjourned at 7:52. And we go to number 3, adoption of a resolution number.
President Kaminsky,
Oh,
I think
sorry.
we still, I'm sorry, I think we have to go back to item 10.1. Mr. Ndazari had the presentation, but there still needs to be an adoption of
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
resolution.
Thank you.
And certification of the first interim fiscal report.
I stopped at his presentation, thought I was done, and you're absolutely correct.
My apologies.
No problem.
You were packing your backpack, ready to go.
So,
I think we should hand
Let's
them a
see.
bottle of water.
it's recommended the board approve the presentation and adoption of resolution number 02-DEC23, positive certification of the first interim report for 2023-2024 as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the presentation and adoption of resolution number 02-DEC23, positive certification of the first interim report for 2023-2024 as presented. And this is a roll call vote.
President Kaminsky,
Aye.
Vice President Kelly,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Cooper,
Aye.
Trustee Du Sorensen,
Aye.
Trustee Napier, Trustee Sweeney.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, now, since we already did the public hearing, we'll go to number 3, adoption of resolution number 01-DEC23, annual and 5-year accounting of development fees for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Education Code Section 17620 authorizes school districts to levy a fee against any development project within the district for construction or reconstruction of school facilities for the purposes of increasing student classroom capacity. So as a condition, though, Government Code 66006 requires that all agencies that do collect these development fees make an annual accounting of these fees available to the public within 180 days after the last day of the fiscal year, and have the governing board review the accounting at a regular scheduled meeting to be held not less than 15 days after the accounting was made available to the public. The accounting was made available to the public on November 28th, 2023, in accordance with this requirement. And just a quick overview, the Capital Facilities Fund is where we collect the $4.08 per square foot for new construction, right? So if you bought an already existing house, you're not subject to this. But if you're going to build a home, regardless if you're a retiree or if you're, brand new family, or if you're just a home builder, you'd be required to pay for this because the thought would be that we would have to provide that capacity.
Do you want the presentation, the attachment? Okay.
I'll just run through really fast. So the Capital Facilities Fund is where we collect all these fees. And the beginning balance was $1,257,427.21. The district collected in fiscal year 22-23 $660,951.95 in residential and commercial development fees, as well as collected $31,030.56 in interest. The district expended $17,999.20 related to administrative expenditures. So we found out last year that the district is able to charge 3% of what was collected in that year because developers come, they call, they ask questions, we verify with the county, they come, we review their application. So to reimburse us for the time that some of our staff spent, Education Code allows us to charge up to 3% of what was collected. And so that's what that fee is, that $17,909, which just goes to the general fund. And these activities resulted in an ending balance for Fund 25, the Capital Facilities Fund, at $1,931,500.52. The Tehachapi Unified School District did not have any fees collected that have been held for more than 5 years without being spent. The sixth grade wing at JMS took care of that. So that concludes the overview of the Capital Facilities Fund and Developer Fee collections.
Any questions or comments from the board? So it's recommended the board adopt resolution number 01DEC23, annual and 5-year accounting of development fees for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, as presented. Do I have a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second motion.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Du Sorensen. The board adopt resolution number 01DEC23, annual and 5-year accounting of development fees for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, as presented. And it is a roll call vote. Mrs. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Du Sorensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier, absent. Trustee Sweeney, absent.
Item 4, approval of the, motion passes 5-0. Number 4, approval of the agreement between Dr. Ann Simon and Tehachapi Unified School District, Student 2, Agent 2.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Dr. Ann Simon is a neuropsychologist and agrees to conduct a social emotional behavioral assessment, individual education evaluation for a particular student in accordance with their IDEA and state law requirements, as well as prepare a written report and provide to the district prior to the student's IEP team meeting. The cost of the agreement will not exceed $2,500 and will be funded by the budget for professional services allocated to the Special Education Department. We seek your approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? It's recommended the board approve the agreement between Dr. Ann Simon and Tehachapi Unified School District, Student 2, Agent 2, as presented. Do I need a motion?
Motion. Second.
It was motioned by Trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve the agreement between Dr. Ann Simon and Tehachapi Unified School District, Student 2, Agent 2, as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 5, approval of the agreement between Nancy Franklin, BCBA, and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Nancy Franklin is a board-certified behavior analyst and will provide applied behavior analytic consultation for a particular student. The cost of the agreement will not exceed $8,000 and will be funded by the budget for professional services allocated to the Special Education Department, and we seek your approval for this agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a question, please.
Vice President Kelly.
If this infringes on closed-door session, please let me know. Because I know that we have a BCBA in staff, and I'm just wondering if most of these are handled in-house or if they're all handled, how that actually works.
So most of the time, our students' BCBA needs are addressed with our in-house staff member. However, on occasion, there could be a settlement agreement that dedicates an outside contractor.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, it's recommended the board approve the agreement between Nancy Franklin, BCBA, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. I need a motion.
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was moved by Trustee Du Sorensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the agreement between Nancy Franklin, BCBA, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 6, approval of the agreement between Susan Holler, pediatric speech-language pathologist, and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you again, President Kaminsky. Susan Holler is a licensed speech-language pathologist, and the independent contractor will perform speech and language assessments for a particular student. The total cost of the contract is for an amount not to exceed $2,600, funded by the budget for professional services allocated to the Special Ed Department, and we seek your approval for this agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? It's recommended the board approve the agreement. Oops, sorry. We just did that one. Recommend the board approve the agreement between Susan Holler, pediatric speech-language pathologist, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
There's a motion by trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approve the agreement between Susan Holler, pediatric speech-language pathologist, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 7, approval of the agreement between SHI and Tehachapi Unified School District Technology. Mr. Intezari.
The district is seeking to engage SHI International Corp., which provides IT infrastructure, end-user computing, and cybersecurity products to assist the district in preventing and responding to cyber attacks, specifically utilizing a Darktrace, which is through a cybersecurity software utilizing artificial intelligence to detect and respond to cyber threats in real time. This is a particularly effective tool against ransomware attacks, which are becoming more and more prevalent in our industry due to the nature of the sensitive information we have, not only of employees, but also students. So the agreement is for 3 years, beginning in this month, December 2023, through December 2026, including implementation, support, and monitoring to reduce the district's risk of cyber attack and ransomware. The cost of the agreement is $47,698.90, bringing $15,899.64 annually in cost, which will be charged to the professional services budget allocated to the Information Technology Department, and we seek your approval for this agreement.
So this Darktrace, when they see something's fishy going on, do they notify Mr. McKay, or how does that work?
Yeah, otherwise I'm guessing. I mean, I have an idea.
So this is going to be an in-house device that sits on our network and monitors our network, and when it sees something that kind of comes out of compliance, meaning that they see something that could translate to something that's at risk for the district, it'll immediately put a stop to it and then notify us to investigate.
And it'll know what side, the district office, whatever?
Yeah, we'll know based on IP ranges. So each site has a different IP range, so we'll know by which IP is
Okay,
being
thank you very
covered.
much. Any questions or comments from the board? It's recommended the board approve the agreement between SHI and Tehachapi Unified School District Technology as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by trustee Du Sorensen, and seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the agreement between SHI and Tehachapi Unified School District Technology as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari.
Thank you very much.
Instructional Services, first read of 2023-2024 School Accountability Report Cards, SARCs.
All right.
Mrs. Paxton.
Yes, by February 1st of each school year, every school in California is required by state law to publish a school accountability report card, also known as the SARC document. The purpose of the report card is to provide parents in the community with important information about each public school. Under the Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF, all local educational agencies are required to prepare a local control and accountability plan, which describes how they intend to meet annual school-specific goals for all pupils with specific activities to address state and local priorities. Additionally, data reported in an LCAP is to be consistent with data reported in the SARC. Final school accountability report cards will be presented at the January 2024 regular board meeting for the board's consideration. California Department of Education has not yet released all of the data needed to complete each school's SARC document. However, we still are required to post the documents by February 1st, even if they're incomplete. So CDE is supposed to release some additional data this month, so hopefully I can bring you a more complete document in January.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. I want to make a comment in case, for the record, they hardly put any information in. In fact, if there's a number there, I bet site personnel or yourself put it in, or maybe Dr. Romero or Mr. Intezari. It's pretty much blank, except for the narrative put in by the sites. And I'm just appalled. This happened last year, and I think it got worse this year. They didn't even have historical information that's required in the SARC from 2021. I'm just appalled, and I asked the superintendent, do we get a second first read? And unfortunately, no, we don't. Because by state law, we have to get it approved by February 1st. So, yeah. I'm done with my rant.
Yes, I feel less stressed about it this year because.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I feel less stressed about it this year because there's really nothing we can do. We're at their
Right,
mercy,
it's-
right?
yeah. So that was a first read. Let's go to number 2, approval of comprehensive school safety plans for the 2023-2024 school year. Mrs. Paxton.
Pursuant to Board Policy 0450, the School Site Council shall develop a comprehensive school safety plan relevant to the needs and resources of each particular school. The safety plans shall take into account the school's staffing, available resources, and building design, as well as other factors unique to the site. All TUSD Safe School plans contain the required elements as established by the California Department of Education. TUSD partners with document tracking services to ensure that all safety plans have the required components as defined by the California Department of Education and have consistent formatting. At the November regular board meeting, all TUSD school safety plans were presented as a first read item. The finalized school safety plans are presented now for the board's approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve the comprehensive school safety plans for the 2023-2024 school year as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Motion.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Du Sorensen. The board approved the comprehensive school safety plans for the 2023-2024 school year as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Item 12, future items. I think you are going to have one, Vice President
sorry.
Kelly.
In 60 to 90 days, can we bring back a discussion item for Destination Imagination, please?
Yes, sir.
And I had, no hurry on this one, I mentioned it last month, but I think the board needs to look at the credit card, CalCard use policies.
Noted, thank you.
Anyone else? Number 13, lunch. Mr. Intezari.
If you're not familiar with the launch is part of Capturing Kids' Hearts, right? This is what we're asking our teachers to do in the classrooms at the end of every school day and class period, so that we send everyone off in a positive fashion.
I left my paper. I probably
You've got it covered. Mr. McKay has your video.
Thank you. Hold on. So Tehachapi has taught me 2 things that I'm very grateful for. Number 1, I did not know how much I enjoy football. Football is a fantastic sport. It involves, there's teams within a team, there's leadership, it can go back and forth, and plus there's a lot of violence, which is pretty cool. Second, though, I would say is leadership. I have a really, now that I've had to lead other leaders, it's been having been led, taught how to lead. I have a real appreciation for the difficulty. Everybody is different, but I have a friend that goes to the University of Florida. Well, he went for a master's program, and when I was in college, Tim Tebow was like the thing. I didn't know anything about him, but I came across
this speech known as The Promise, which is about a 40-second clip for you. Hit it.
And I just want to say one thing.
Oh, wait, pause it. Sorry, I forgot. So what happened is that they are highly ranked this year, and I think like number 4, and they lose to a team that they should have really beat by like 3 touchdowns. And so it's crushing for them. And now, I'm not from the South. I don't know anything about football, but apparently losing is not allowed in college football. So this is an example of leadership that I really appreciated, because this is how he responded to the media, and this ended up being considered one of the best kind of speeches and examples of leadership in sports. Thank you.
And I just want to say one thing to the fans and everybody in Gator Nation. I'm sorry. Extremely sorry. You know, we were hoping for an undefeated season. That was my goal. Something the floor's never done here. But I promise you one thing. A lot of good will come out of this. You have never seen any player in the entire country play as hard as I will play the rest of the season, and you never see someone push the rest of the team as hard as I will push everybody the rest of the season. And you never see a team play harder than we will the rest of this season. God bless.
All right, so that speech is actually etched into the side of the building by the entrance of the stadium because he follows through with that promise. They end up winning the championship, not losing a game the rest of the season. And I really enjoyed it because there's a few things. Number one, personal accountability. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not meeting expectations. Number two, sets a clear goal, a clear plan of something is gonna come from this, we're gonna get together, and I'm going to lead our team, right? So in making it about himself as a leader, but making it about the team, really emphasizing unity, and I just thought it was a really good balance of, you know, how someone can lead, but not make it about themselves, and it was just really cool to see. I just thought that he was just kind of an okay quarterback, but apparently an amazing leader, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Thank you, Mr. Tesori. I want to add, I was watching a Netflix on college football, and he was a very accomplished quarterback in high school as a runner and a passer. But you're right, in college he won the Heisman Trophy in college. Much sought after, and decided on Florida. That was a big deal. I mean, he made it was like LeBron saying he's going to go take his talents to Miami. Well, he made a big announcement, and it was Florida or Alabama, and you can imagine the apprehensive. But anyway, he put so much pressure on himself, as he did right there, and follows through. A great launch example. Thank you. Okay, item 14, public comments for closed session. Are there any public comments? Seeing none. Item 15, in closed session. Number 1, conference with labor negotiator, designated representative Stacy Larson Everson, superintendent, and Candace Bedoyan, legal counsel, employee organizations, TAT. Number 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, government code section 54957. And number 3, public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. We'll close the meeting right now at 8:15 and reconvene with probably no report out.
You won't impress your teacher with this slide. Do this instead. Insert an image and then add a rectangle that takes the whole
Okay, we are reconvening the meeting from closed session. There's nothing to report out. And with that, we are adjourning the meeting at 10:13.